Good afternoon, members of Parliament, support staff, visitors in the public tribune, radio listeners, TV viewers, and those following via various forms of media. Welcome to the Central Committee meeting number 21 of today, Monday, August 14th, 2023. I'd like to give a special welcome to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Dr. Anders Rodolph Samuel and his support staff. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of various members from the USM with us today and others in the Tribune. We've established a quorum of 10 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. 13 members. Thank you. I received notification from the Member of Parliament Bijlani in his absence, as well as MP Marlin, who is late. Before going over to the Members of Parliament for notifications, allow me to have two notifications. Firstly, the community of St. Martin was shocked as the news spread of the passing of local patriot Roberto Celestino Arundel. Mr. Arundel contributed many years to the community of St. Martin within the education sector as an educator, as a mentor to many youth debate teams, and as a cultural icon known for his poetry, paintings, and acting. The artwork of Mr. Arundel also hung prominently in the lobby of Parliament. It is also with deep regret that we learned of the passing of Mr. Leonard Moore. Mr. Moore was a former bus driver. However, here in Parliament and in the Phillipsburg area, he became known for standing in the corner of the Phillipsburg market selling the daily newspaper and greeting passers-by on their way to work, always sharing a kind and encouraging word for a great day. On behalf of the Parliament of St. Martin, I extend heartfelt condolences to the family and all others left to mourn the passing of these individuals, Mr. Roberto Celestino Arundel and Mr. Leonard Moore. May you find peace, comfort in the days to come. Members of Parliament, are there any notifications from the floor at this time? That not being the case, Members of Parliament, the convocation for today, we have two agenda points. Agenda point one is Ontwerplandsverordening, houdende regels, inzake hoger, onderwijs en onderzoek. Landsverordening, hoger, onderzoek. This is the draft national ordinance laying down rules on higher education and research. This is IS 431 of the 2022-2023 parliamentary year, dated February 8, 2023, and is national ordinance number 165. It is good to note that this meeting was originally called for June 26, 2023 with one agenda point, but was postponed. On February 8th, oh yes, we missed the second agenda point. We had a bit of a change of schedule here today. The second agenda point is actually now the Initiatieflandsverordening tot wijziging van de Landsverordening, houdende regelen betreffende de handel in dranken en spijzen, alsmede het verschaffen van huisvesting met bediening tegen vergoeding, in verband met aanpassing van de openingstijden en het controleren van geluidsoverlast. Dus de Landsverordening tot aanpassing van de openingstijden en controleren geluidsoverlast. This is the Initiative Draft National Ordinance, amending the Permit National Ordinance concerning the trade of drinks and food and the provision of housing with service for a fee in connection with adjusting opening hours and checking noise pollution. This is IS 588 and National Ordinance 146. We go over to agenda point 1. On February 8th, 2023, Parliament received the draft national ordinance laying down rules on higher education and research, the Higher Education Ordinance. This document is registered as incoming document IS 431, dated February 8th, 2023. This document can also be found on the P drive. At this time, I would like to give the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Dr. Anders Rodolph Samuel, for some opening remarks and his presentation. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you and the griffier. Good afternoon to the members of Parliament. Good afternoon to those sitting in the tribune and all those who are listening to us in whichever way, via whichever medium. I would like to say good afternoon to my support staff that is here with me this afternoon, which is the Acting Secretary General of the Ministry of ECYS, Mr. Hiro Shigimoto, and the Policy and Research Officer of the Department of Education, Ms. Erin Ellis. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask your indulgence just for a few seconds or a few minutes in order to show something to the people of St. Martin. And I know it has to do with the previous meeting, but I don't want to leave Parliament this afternoon and having the members of Parliament feel that such an important school on the island, which is the Martin Luther King School in Dutch Quarter, is being repaired, and that the minister doesn't go there and doesn't have any update on what's happening. So I would like to ask the members of Parliament to look at the screen.
1 second, Minister, just to confirm, I know this is not part of the agenda point, that there's no objection if the Minister can briefly show these images. Yeah? Minister, go ahead.
Thank you. So if you look at the screen, you will see the roof at the Martin Luther King School, which I have indicated that it is progressing well. And you would see that the Minister of Education, Culture and Sports was present when they were paving part of the roof, pouring part of the roof. Here you can see from a different angle that the roof is being poured. Important maybe to mention what you cannot see from the picture is that the concrete that is going on the roof is deemed lightweight. So it is not the regular heavy concrete, but it's a lightweight concrete that is being used on the roof. The next slide, please. Next slide.
Are there additional pictures, Minister?
There were 5 of them.
No, there were 4, so I think
That's it?
those are the 4.
So there are other pictures from more recent pourings of the roof, and they also shows that the repairs at the school is, they're progressing well.
Minister, just for clarity's sake, you said there were more recent pictures. Where,
Yeah, but they're not here.
But more or less, when were these taken?
About 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. You can continue with the agenda point.
Mr. Chairman, we are here this afternoon in regards to the agenda point Ontwerplandsverordening, houdende regels inzake het hoger onderwijs en onderzoek, Landsverordening hoger onderwijs, IS 431/2022-2023, de dato 8 februari 2023, Zittingsjaar 2022-2023-165. Mr. Chairman, the topic of higher education on St. Martin, the topic of the ordinance that will provide a legal basis for higher education on St. Martin is one that is very long waited for. I can maybe even add overdue. However, I am pleased this afternoon to be able to begin the presentation of the draft ordinance in order to complete the legislation that would provide the legal basis for higher education on St. Martin. On May 24, 2017, the Council of Ministers approved de startnotitie Landsverordening hoger onderwijs, cultuur, jeugd en sport. In the process to determine the policy for higher education discussions were had with stakeholders. The conclusions of the discussions with the stakeholders was that there are different solutions to providing higher education on St. Martin. The context of higher education is complex, and there is no right or wrong way to present it. All stakeholders, however, pointed out several core dilemmas for higher education related to the social, economic, and education system of St. Martin. The scale of St. Martin was mentioned by all as the biggest challenge. As included among the dilemmas was the complexity of the subject in relation to global trends in higher education, the quality of education, and the global economic situation. All stakeholders share the idea of the overall goal: to strengthen higher education and create more opportunities for the people of St. Martin to achieve a higher level of education without leaving the island. Based on the research, the Council of Ministers took the following policy decision on higher education. One is to tie the economic growth agenda and the needs of the labor market directly to the education agenda of higher education, which is tertiary education planning. To accept the realities for the level of ambition when focusing on the role of education. These are the scale of the island, the limited availability of tertiary education at USM, together with the limited financial resources. Aim to grow steadily. Attract more foreign students, and this is given the size of the student population on St. Martin. Foreign students must be attracted to be financially sustainable and fill programs at higher levels of education. Also, be willing to invest and pay the core costs for higher education until a maximum percentage. Thus keeping the tuition fees relatively low. Otherwise, the financial burden will be shifted to the study finance system. And organize quality assurance through specialized agencies/organizations to minimize international quality assurance, to maximize international quality assurance. It saves manpower and investment in building capacity that are otherwise needed in the educational system. The reason for the draft national ordinance is the lack of legislation regulating higher education. There is no question of a higher education system. Higher education in St. Martin is currently provided on the basis of agreements, contracts, or letters of intent with individual institutions and/or specific study programs. As a result, there is insufficient control over the development of higher education policy and its coherence with other policy areas within education. Synergy is thus missing. The lack of legislation also means that access to higher education, its quality and efficient funding are not guaranteed. With the current draft, the government aims to strengthen the education system, to improve access by creating more opportunities for more students of St. Martin, and to counter brain drain, which is human capital flight. Everyone, including a student who does not have the means to go abroad to study, should be given the opportunity to follow further education. Challenges for St. Martin are the small scale, limited resources, and the complexity of the education system. Due to the coexistence of several international education systems, progression in the system, and the connection to further education is difficult. In addition, the higher education offer on St. Martin is still limited. This hinders the progression of students who wish to continue their studies on the island after secondary and secondary vocational education. More coherence is needed in the education system in order to guarantee progression. Higher education regulations can provide for this. It is the government's wish that the legislation support the effective delivery of higher education that is in line with current economic and social developments and is sufficiently flexible to be able to respond to possible future developments. In addition, the government wants to coordinate the administrative relations that the country maintains with institutions. It does this by laying down rules on the legal status and governance structure of the institutions. The draft national ordinance also contained a number of statutory regulations for the way in which higher education must be organized by the institutions that provide it. These are minimum requirements with regard to the responsibility for the quality of the education provided by the institution. The draft also outlines the legal position, task, responsibilities, and funding of organizations that provide higher education on St. Martin. It regulates access to and quality of higher education and the legal status of students. Finally, the government must guarantee the quality of the diplomas issued so that students can position themselves well on the labor market with the diploma. Students and employers must be able to rely on the value of the diploma. It must be possible to derive civil effect from diplomas. It is up to the government to steer this process in the right direction. Accreditation of programs ensures that institutions operate at a sufficient quality level and that the program meets the predetermined quality requirements. Diplomas, therefore, have actual value, civil effect, on the local, regional, and international labor market and for further education. The government is well aware that the small scale and complexity of the current education system presents the country with various dilemmas and challenges. The government acknowledges that higher education on St. Martin has not yet reached its full potential. An over-ambitious higher education agenda can have the opposite effect. The government's priority now lies in drawing up regulations for higher education. Based on the social and economic context and international and regional trends, the government has made choices and determined a number of guiding principles. Key concepts of these principles are flexibility and minimum quality standards for national and international recognition of education. The starting point is that the government is responsible for the accessibility, quality, and efficiency of the system. The basic principles upon which the legal framework is based are: 1, strengthening links with the labor market needs. St. Martin is currently underutilizing its labor potential. The level of education directly correlates with the likelihood of success in the labor market. The government can help by establishing rules for access to higher education. Dropout rates can be avoided by improving the flow from secondary to tertiary education by facilitating cooperation between secondary and tertiary education, and a larger proportion of the population will receive a higher education in line with labor market needs. The needs of the labor market in the medium term are critical for determining trainings offered. The trainings provided by the institutions must address the needs of St. Martin economic and social sectors. Institutions that want to be eligible for funding to provide trainings must consider the labor market needs. After all, retraining talent for St. Martin labor market will not succeed if students graduate with diplomas from courses and competencies for which there is little or no need. Second, no distribution between institutions of higher professional education and university. Within the no distinction, sorry. Within the current education system, it is proven difficult for some groups of pupils to progress to a higher level of education. Most pupils in the secondary education follow preparatory secondary vocational education. There is an opportunity to expand secondary vocational education and higher vocational education if progression is guaranteed. Due to the small scale of St. Martin, higher education institutions need flexibility in the design and organization of education. In this context, the government has chosen not to make a distinction in higher education between institutions for higher professional education and institutions for university education. Institutions can decide for themselves, if necessary, whether to have a bachelor's or master's degree program accredited at higher vocational education or at scientific level. Both types of education levels can be offered at the same institution. In this way, the institution can maximize the intake from secondary education and secondary vocational education while also making transfer and preparation for further education in higher education easier. The Anglo-Saxon and or European education system in higher education. To ensure a smooth flow, the government opts for institutions that can provide higher education programs according to the Anglo-Saxon and the European system. The Anglo-Saxon education system refers to higher education model used in the United States and the United Kingdom. The European higher education system is the higher education model that has emerged in Europe and is used by institutions of higher learning in the Netherlands, among others. Students can transfer from secondary school or secondary vocational school to either of the two systems. The institution itself can choose which system it will use to offer these programs. For government-funded training courses, the social need and the labor market demand for the training must be considered. In general, instructions is given in English or Dutch. The national ordinance allows an institution to use the language of instruction other than the one St. Martin's official language if there is a connection with the educational program. The use of both the Anglo-Saxon and the European system in higher education also facilitates international cooperation with countries or institutions that use one of the two systems. Room for variation by maintaining the dual system. The government have chosen to allow for variety in the higher education system and the possibility for attracting or retaining private institutions. It maintains the dual system of the current education system as stipulated in Article 11 of the Constitution of St. Martin. Higher education is therefore understood to mean the existence of three types of educational institutions. One, private educational institutions, which are often maintained by profit-oriented legal entities, companies, and which are not funded by the government. Two, government-funded educational institutions, which are maintained by legal entities, whether or not for profit, and which are funded by the government. And third, public higher education institutions, which are maintained by the government through a legal entity under public law. The underlying idea is that St. Martin wants to be open to commercial institutions from the point of view of economic diversification. If the government does not fund the training of these institutions, fewer requirements can be imposed on such institutions. The minimum requirement imposed on private institutions relate, for example, to the organization of and access to education, the granting of diplomas, titles, and degrees, and the accreditation of education. They are also subject to the registration and information obligation. In addition, the government can fund education in accordance with the Constitution. This dual system means that the government can impose more requirements on the government-funded institution, for example, regarding admission and the quality of education. If none of the current higher education institutions are or are no longer funded, and there is a social need and necessity for higher education courses, or a need to continue education, the government can offer higher education through public education. Given the capacity of the current institutions, it is unlikely that this option will be used. This is to prevent the government from being unable to provide education in extreme cases. Only accredited programs will be recognized. It is important that, based on the national ordinance, it is clear to all parties involved what the higher education diploma stands for. It is about the social value of a diploma on the local, regional, and international labor market and for further education. For example, a master's degree in law offers access to the legal profession due to the value of the recognized diploma. Social value can be derived from the fact that the programs with the corresponding diplomas are recognized by the government. It is therefore up to the government to regulate the recognition of training courses by national ordinance. It is important that, based on the national ordinance, it is clear to all parties involved what the higher education diploma stands for. It is about the social value of a diploma on the local, regional, and international labor market for further education. For example, I think we did that. Only institutions with recognized study programs may award diplomas, titles, and degrees in accordance with the present draft national ordinance. All institutions, both government-funded and non-government funded institutions, fall under this criterion. It is up to the institution to apply for recognition for the program. Recognition is only possible if the program has been accredited by an accreditation body designated by the minister. Accreditation is an important guarantee for students that they receive high-quality education. Recognized program will be listed in the Central Register for Higher Education. This makes it possible to check, as in the context of application procedures, whether a diploma is issued by an institution indeed relates to the education recognized by the government. The register is also list of diplomas, titles, and degrees that the institution is entitled to award. This makes it possible to verify whether a person has indeed obtained the diploma that belongs to the program and whether the institution was entitled to award the diploma. In addition, recognition is important for the international recognition of education on St. Martin. It must be prevented that institutions are given the freedom to award higher education diplomas, titles, and degrees for education that does not meet any quality guarantee for a lot of money and or little effort. This is a serious risk. If an institution on St. Martin awards diplomas, titles, or degrees without the education being recognized, it is acting in violation of the law. This is punishable by a fine. Internationalization partners with minimum requirements. The government is in favor of international cooperation, also in view of the scale of St. Martin. This draft national ordinance makes this possible, whereby it will also be possible for 2 degrees to be awarded in the case of a joint program, one by the foreign institution and one by the St. Martin institution. When a joint study program or specialization is offered, this type of cooperation must be protected in terms of the student's legal position. A number of safeguards have been incorporated into the layout in this legal framework. The institution on St. Martin remains responsible for the proper implementation of the rules outlined in the draft national ordinance. Even if students participate in a joint program with a foreign institution, the institution remains responsible for the students who are enrolled. The institution must enter into a cooperation agreement with the foreign institution, which must specify the content of the joint education, the method of conferring degrees, student registration, program costs, and tuition fee obligations for students. If a joint graduation program or study program is followed, the student's rights and obligations continue to apply. Flexibility in funding, room for other financial partners. The draft national ordinance includes funding guidelines. This means that the government has chosen to pay a portion of the cost of higher education. Higher education is considered to be part of the public domain. The government must then provide a financial guarantee for education to some extent. The government wants to provide equal and better opportunities for more St. Martin students, as well as to reduce and prevent brain drain. However, the reality is that St. Martin cannot afford to bear all costs now or in the future. In order to maintain a sustainable system in the future, the present design must provide higher education providers with enough flexibility to finance the institution in ways other than government contribution. The draft national ordinance provides several options for this. This is subject to institutions demonstrating proper financial management. First of all, in order to ensure the institution's financial sustainability, the structure of the draft legislation makes it possible for institutions to make investments, take out loans, and enter into financial product commitments. The institution's board of directors manages its financial resources and must enter into obligations that ensure that the institution's proper operation and continued existence. An institution can and may develop commercial activities such as the supply of specific product or services. The institution's structure can also be used for commercial purposes. Furthermore, the draft allows the minister to enter into a performance contract with a government-funded institution in addition to or as part of the funding model. Certain performance indicators, such as student progression and outflow figures, can be used to fund an institution. This allows the government to invest in higher education in a different way in the future if desired. Furthermore, the draft national ordinance allowed the minister to engage in triangle cooperation with an institution and the business community. This may be very reasonable. For example, when conducting research that benefits both the government and the business community, and where co-financing by the government and the business community is required for the research to be carried out. It provides opportunities for higher education institutions to collaborate on research projects with companies and the government. The higher education institution serves as the knowledge partner in the collaboration. The government thus supports innovative, and or socially relevant projects that cannot be funded by the market. Companies are thus more willing to bear the cost and risk associated with such research. The design to allow institutions to charge higher tuition fees, for example, to foreign students. Room for technological developments and innovation. The government recognizes the importance of innovation and technological development to society. Higher education can play an important role in this. Students in higher education learn to think creatively and innovatively. Graduates can, for example, contribute to the innovative capacity of the professional practice or to solving major social problems. The draft national ordinance provides for an experimentation provision that creates space for experiments aimed at implementing innovative policy to improve quality. Experiments offer the opportunity to respond adequately and in the short term to changing social demands on the quality of performance of the teaching task. Quality assurance, general duty of care of the institution. The higher education institution is responsible for the quality of education at the institution. The draft national ordinance provides a general duty of care. The government is of the opinion that the institutions, which are professional organizations, are ideally suited to determine which quality standards they apply in line with national and international standards. The duty of care for quality is formulated in general terms and not laid down in standards that are too detailed. The board of the institution has the scope to give substance to the duty of care and to be accountable for it. In government-funded institutions, the executive board is accountable to the supervisory board. Minimum requirements have been set for the board of government-funded institutions. Quality assurance is arranged by institutionalizing the separation of governance and internal supervision by the institution. This is in line with the Corporate Governance Code, which is also based on the so-called supervisory board model, two-tier. In this model, management and supervision are placed in two different statutory bodies, the executive board and the supervisory board. The tasks of both bodies are legally defined in the draft. Strong positioning of students. The student is central to higher education. Higher education serves the formation and development of students. Higher education institutions have an explicit task in this training and development, in addition to offering higher education, higher quality education. Institutions must help to give substance and shape to this. The draft national ordinance stipulates that in the performance of their duties, institutions also pay attention to the personal development and sense of responsibility of the student in order to be able to participate optimally in St. Martin's society, the Caribbean region, and in the world. It is also being laid down that institutions promote knowledge transfer for the benefit of society and contribute to the process of lifelong learning. Education lays the foundation for the further working life of students. Transparent information about the content and quality of program helps students to choose a study program that suits their ability and interests, that respond to their learning style, and that prepares them for the social role they aspire to. In addition, if the rights and obligations are clear to the student, students know what they are entitled to and what is expected of them. After all, requirements are also set for students. The chance that students will be able to successfully complete their studies is greater when adequate and good information is provided. The adequate, independent information will in any event relate to the content and quality of programs. Because the institutions are largely free to organize education as they see fit and can set additional requirements for admission, the legal position of the student must be adequately regulated. In that context, the design stipulates that institutions, 1, establish education and examination regulations for all study programs. Education and examination regulations contain general information about the structure of the study program and the applicable procedures and rights and obligations per study program with regard to education and examinations. Set up an examination board and must appoint an appeal board for the examinations. Clarity about rights and obligations strengthens the involvement of institutions and students with each other and prevent non-commitment. In addition, students can contribute to the quality of the institution in a more general sense. In this context, it is important that students contribute to participation at the institution. Students have a role to play in contributing to the academic debate and the quality of education, for example, by providing feedback on education. Participation and advisory bodies are very important for this. The knife cuts on both ways. The training of the institution is broadened beyond the curriculum, and a good position in the participation body gives students the opportunity to influence the development of the education when followed. The institutions for higher education established on St. Martin were consulted in the preparation of this draft national ordinance, namely the USM and the AUC. In 2018, both institutions asked clarifying questions and provided feedback on the proposal. The most important comments that both institutions had related to the recognition of the current position of the institutions and the contribution they make to the development of St. Martin.
Minister, I would just like to take a brief adjournment of 3 minutes, and then you can continue your presentation. Meeting adjourned for 3 minutes. Good afternoon once again. We will continue right away with the presentation from the minister, who is now speaking of the consultations with USM and AUC.
Chairman, indeed, the presentation is a bit long, but it is important to understand that this is a big legislation. It is a much needed legislation, and it must be presented in a way that not only the presenter understands, but also the public and also the stakeholders. And according to the schedule, we are about halfway. So as I mentioned, the most important comments that both institutions had related to the recognition of the current position of the institutions and the contribution they make to the development of St. Martin, the possibility of cooperation with different partners, the need for diversity in designated accreditation bodies, the governance of the higher education institution, and the financing of the programs or institutions. A consultation meeting was held with USM in March 2018. First of all, the government's policy intention with regard to higher education on St. Martin were presented. Subsequently, the proposals in the draft national ordinance were discussed. Particular attention was paid to the provisions related to the government-funded institutions. With the meaning of this draft national ordinance, the USM is an institution that is funded by or on behalf of the country. In April 2018, USM received a working document containing an overview of the most important provisions of the draft national ordinance. In response to the information provided, the USM asked written questions in May 2018, which were answered in writing in mid-November 2018. Based on this, a final meeting took place at the end of November 2018. USM main point of attention related to the possibility for the minister to set up a public educational institution to extend to which institutions are entitled to adequate funding from the country, the need in the future for institutional accreditation in addition to program accreditation, the scope for their own cooperation partners from different sectors, the need for quality standard, and the powers of the supervisory board. All questions and comments from USM were answered in the conversation at the end of November 2018. Just like USM, AUC received the working document in April containing an overview of the most important provisions of the draft national ordinance. In response to this, AUC asked written questions in May 2018. AUC questions focused on their position as a non-subsidized institution and which provisions in the draft national ordinance are relevant to them. The addition of the Doctor of Medicine program in the draft national ordinance, the prior education requirements that apply to higher education programs, and the accessibility of higher education for students who did not have their previous education on St. Martin. All questions were answered in writing in November 2018. No consultation meetings have taken place with National Institute for Professional Advancement. After all, NIPA is not an institute for higher education and does not offer higher education courses. NIPA offers courses in secondary vocational education on the basis of the National Ordinance on secondary vocational education and training according to the ECHET classification. Secondary vocation education is internationally comparable to ECHET level 3 and 4. Higher education consists of associate degree programs at ECHET 5 level, bachelor's degree program at ECHET 6 level, master's degree program at ECHET 7 level, and doctorate at ECHET level, at the ECHET level 8. The program of the slide, the balance of the slides of this presentation are dedicated to providing insight into the legal provisions that are regulated in specific chapters within the draft ordinance for higher education, which range from chapter 1 through 11. Slide 10. This chapter contains definitions and indicates which chapters of the draft national ordinance apply to public government-funded, special and non-funded special institutions. It also describes the core task of the higher education institutions, which includes the transfer of knowledge for the benefit of society. Additionally, it regulates that institutions that want to offer higher education on St. Martin must register for this. On the basis of the information provided, the minister can form a good picture of the content and structure of the education and the institution, with a view to the financial sustainability of the institution. The design levels room for institution to make investment, leaves room for the institution to make investment, lend money, take out loans, and enter into commitments for financial products. The board of the institution manages the financial resources and must enter into obligations in such a way that proper operation and the continued existence of the institution are ensured. An institution can and may therefore develop commercial activities itself, such as the supply of certain products or services. Chapter 2 of the draft national ordinance deals with the general provision of higher education, including the option for institutions to offer higher education programs according to Anglo-Saxon and European systems, both of which can exist within one institution. Additionally, institutions may offer higher education programs that do not fall within either of the previously mentioned systems. However, it must be clear how this will benefit the society of St. Martin. This chapter also outlines options related to the language of instruction used within an institution, the competencies required for teaching staff, the central register of recognized programs, the types of programs and credits that each program should possess, entry requirements including what diplomas obtained outside of St. Martin are recognized, examination conditions including provisions for a board of examiners, and the awarded degrees and titles. This chapter also outlines the necessary accreditation and quality requirements, ensuring that institutions are responsible for the quality of higher education offered. Next, the chapter outlines how an accredited body will be designated through national decree and ministerial regulation, the validity and accreditation, and the recovery period after expiration of accreditation or loss of accreditation. The management and organization of public and government-funded special institutions is covered in Chapter 4, which provides for a board of directors, including membership and qualifications, and the present/rector magnificus Articles 74 to 77 stipulate that the board of directors is accountable to the supervisory board/board of trustees and outlines how the appointment, dismissal, membership, compatibilities of the board of directors and regulations are to be executed by the supervisory board. Next, this chapter stipulates the qualifications, responsibilities, appointment, dismissal, in and compatibility of membership, task, powers, and accountability of the Ministry of the Supervisory Board. It also states how the organization and management of the education provided for by the institution should be handled and provides regulations related to the Dean of Academic Affairs, department heads, managers of education, academic boards, and the participation of faculty, students, and staff in the management of education programs, including a complaint committee. Article 90 deals with the personnel policy and legal position of personnel, which the institution is free to determine. Finally, this chapter includes provisions for students' rights and registration. Chapter 5 of the draft ordinance on higher education also deals with the management and organization of public and government-funded special institutions, including the funding for higher education programs through subsidies, examinations executed by the Education Inspectorate, the method of calculation of government contributions under the auspices of the ministry, the conditions attached to public funding, the 4-year strategic plan, the institutional budget, the annual report, the annual financial report, financial auditing, the withdrawal of funding, amendments, and payment settlements, and consultation with boards, faculty, staff, and students. The topic of supervision is handled in Chapter 6 of the draft National Ordinance, which provides for ministerial powers regarding the supervision of the institution, legal compliance, institutional and programmatic developments, the Education Inspectorate, and obligations to provide information. It also stipulates the responsibilities of the Minister of the Supervisory Board and the measures in place in the case of failure to approve a budget. Special provision for public institutions of higher education are handled in Chapter 7, which provides for ministerial powers to establish a public institution of higher education, structural information, the institutional boards and its composition, and other bodies of consultation, as well as the establishment and dismissal of members of the supervisory board, the approval of budget and protocol, and measures to be taken in case of failure to approve a budget. Next, Chapter 8 provides special provisions for public and subsidized institutions, such as protocol and academic offerings, needs assessment, and the sufficiency and continuation of providing academic programs in accordance with national needs. This chapter also includes stipulations related to ministerial advice on the Education Inspectorate, the lapsing of ministerial consent, ministerial powers over the academic program, rules on cooperation between St. Martin and foreign institutions, the scope for innovation and pilot programs, and the levying of fees and tuitions, protocol, and ministerial withdrawal of consent. Finally, the chapters 9, 10, and 11 include special provisions for private institutions, penal provisions, and transitional and final provisions. This has been my presentation on the draft National Ordinance on Higher Education. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Minister. I turn to the members of Parliament if there are any who wish to pose any questions or comments to the Minister on the topic of the agenda point today, the higher education law. Unless then maybe the presentation was so in-depth that we have no others. I see no one signed in to speak. Going once, there we go. I see MP Gums. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you, Rifir, my colleagues, the Minister and his support staff, and those joining us in the Tribune. Minister, thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. I just have a few questions right now, but I just want to make a point. I kind of disagree with the strict focus on higher education having to address our current labor market needs. I think a university's job is not to serve the job market, but to create critical thinkers who can then shape the job market. You know, the jobs we have now, with the last update on what is needed in the market, is not even really in line with global trends of what is needed globally. So I think a university, especially considering that we have USM here in the building, they should be able to offer something that elevates the jobs that are available in the market. So that, I think, would just be just a comment that I had right off the bat on the principles of the law. With regards to foreign students, I just wanted to ask if there was consultation with the Minister of Justice regarding how that is handled. I'm not sure how it's handled right now, the immigration status of those students, considering that was one of the principles as well, to attract foreign students. For example, when you go to the States, you have to get the F1 visa, and anything that you may do wrong, you get arrested, you commit a crime, that's gone and you're sent back home. So how do we handle that right now, and how will it change or be handled in the future? Because you also can't have students waiting. Some of the times that we've heard, even the business community complain about waiting for permits to be processed for them to be able to start their education. Article 121 mentioned that there would be permission kind of required if, for example, USM wanted to adjust their tuition fees. I understand the intent behind that, because you don't want it to be too expensive, but the coverage from government, I think, is at 60% now, as mentioned in the ordinance. So if permission is needed each time USM has to increase, would that not kind of slow down the process? Wouldn't it be better to just include that, you know, perhaps they're only allowed to increase a certain percentage? When I was going to school, most universities in the US increased tuition between 3 to 5% every year to match, you know, what was happening in the market itself. So maybe that could be an option. And I just wanted to ask, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, in terms of the translation viability of the law. Certain terms in Dutch do not translate to the same in English. A dean at a US university is not what they call a decan, you know, in Dutch. So how is that going to be handled moving forward when we apply it to USM in the context of this law? And that's it for me for now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Gums. Next, we have MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a good afternoon. A good afternoon again to the Minister. Now in this meeting, my colleagues, all those in the Tribune, and those viewing this actually long-awaited meeting on the law on higher education. And indeed, as the Minister explained, it has been a long trajectory, very long trajectory. Mr. Chairman, in 2018, a presentation was made to Parliament regarding the law that was to come, the law on higher education that was to come. At that time, the presentation was made on the basis of a research paper, The Development of Tertiary Education on St. Martin. My first question is whether this document has served as a basis for the further preparation of the draft law which is before us today. the research paper, The Development of Tertiary Education on St. Martin. Mr. Chairman, I noted with interest the reference by the minister to the NIPA institution. And I want to understand, I want to ensure that I understood the minister clear in terms of NIPA not being considered higher education or NIPA not being part of this law here now on higher education. There's a difference therein. And that difference can also be found in a document prepared by NUFIC regarding the educational systems on Curacao, St. Martin, and the Best Islands. So our system is described, institutions are mentioned, and then compared with institutions in the Netherlands. So I say this and refer the minister to that document asking about the matter of NIPA. In going back to the presentation of 2018, at that time, the government, the ministry, made some observations, and under the chapter of what does St. Martin have to take into account, this was also in preparation of the draft law on higher education, the following was stated, inter alia. Countries have less to spend on tertiary education. And I would like to know the minister's position on that particular notification now. Where do we stand on the ability to finance what level of tertiary education? It continues under that same heading to state that, mind you, this is a St. Martin government paper. And it states the potential number of students for tertiary education is bigger than is actually in school. And at the time, a presentation was given of, or numbers rather, were given of the amount of students coming out of secondary education and those who, one, get study financing, those who did not. They didn't go into whether these persons were taken up in the job market or not, but specifically how many applications were requested and how many were granted, what percentage of the applications was granted. Can I be provided of such an overview from the years 2017 up to this year? Up to this year. In the presentation of 2018, the numbers were presented for the years leading up to 2016, and thus, since we are several years further, I would like to see that information, and I'll give you an example, Minister. In 2018, we were presented with the following picture. In 2013, there were 344 applications for study financing. Granted were 180. In 2014, that number dropped to 263. Granted, 154. 2015, the number dropped again, 223. Granted, 141. In 2016, applications 182 and granted 124. Can the minister give a similar overview 2017 through 2023, because those applications have been handled and have been granted, and some have been granted, of course. So I would like to get that overview. The presentation continued to state that, and I quote, best practices show that in order to cope with the complexity of the fast-changing landscape of higher education, countries base the development of tertiary education on a vision. And then, as a final conclusion to the presentation, that vision is given. we envision there are 2 to 3 fully accredited bachelor master's programs available on St. Martin. In addition to the associate programs and higher education institutes offering e-learning for programs that are not available on island. Higher education is a form of, between quotation mark, public subsidized education, and government helps to reach the goals of the higher education institutions by creating the infrastructures needed. Government is willing to invest up to a certain maximum percentage of the core cost. This resulted in equal and better chances for more students and less brain drain. Students are encouraged to stay on island. Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, in how far, now that the higher education law is on the table of Parliament, have the objectives of this vision been met in relationship to the University of St. Martin? In how far have the objectives of this vision been met in relation to the University of St. Martin? Mr. Chairman, a reference was made to the so-called stakeholders discussion, and referring back to discussions, and yes, that took place in 2018, I guess following this presentation that was made to Parliament as well, and questions were asked by at least 2 institutions of higher learning, and answers were given. Since then, have any further consultations been had with these institutions regarding the law as it is now? So after 2018, questions asked, answers given, have any further consultations been had with the stakeholders, the educational stakeholders, in particular the 2 institutions mentioned? Since then, there is another medical school on St. Martin. And have any consultations been had with this institution? What is the agreement, if any, between government and that medical school? Are my questions. Does the agreement, and I think, but I would like the Minister to go into it once again. I think it has been answered previously to my questions. The AUC enjoys a particular agreement with the government of St. Martin. And for me, an important part of that agreement is the part of providing local scholarships to St. Martin students. Can we receive an overview of that provision as executed by AUC over the last, let us say, 5 years? How many students were granted? How have the students fared? Et cetera, et cetera. And is there any room for that kind of a contribution by institutions in the law? Or is it something that the government can just enter into? At the time, the AUC and that particular agreement goes from before 10-10-10. So I would like to know if the possibility for that kind of a contribution, especially by the so-called, and this is the way that NUFIC, for example, refers to institutions like AUC, the so-called offshore universities. And then I just want to support a question by MP Gums with respect to the coordination, because we're talking about creating infrastructure for the University of St. Martin, amongst others, to attract foreign students. But what is in place outside of the educational platform to make that happen, to make that possible? Because we have seen in the past where students, not from St. Martin, applied to the University of St. Martin, and the issue of the paper and the paperwork was an issue. So what if we're saying one thing in terms of looking at attracting foreign students. And believe you me, I am totally in support of educational tourism, so to speak. And I believe if granted a chance, the University of St. Martin can offer that possibility, but we need to put things in place to make it happen. None of these type of endeavors, medical tourism, educational tourism, is going to happen by us saying that we like it and we think it can happen on St. Martin, but we really have to do something to make it happen, at least to make it possible to happen. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like some, in addition to the presentation by the minister, I really would like to get some data. I would like data in terms of our student population, those granted scholarships, those not, and what can we do to reach the higher target of secondary students getting the opportunity for higher education, primarily now that we're talking higher education law on St. Martin. What can we do to close that gap between students coming out of secondary education and those getting the possibility for higher education, so tertiary education? So if the minister could give me an overview of that, his thinking, his thinking, I would much appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Minister.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Next, we have MP Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I must say, Mr. Chairman, I agree with my colleague, MP Gums, in terms of disagreeing that our economy should purely shape the direction of programs at USM, especially not this economy here. We need to also have some sort of vision for our people, and we need to meet the social and cultural needs of the society as well, in addition to so-called economic needs. So I understand the link with the labor market, but there needs to be, in my opinion, improvement on how we link our higher education to meeting those labor needs. I also had questions about the attraction or attracting more foreign students, because I've heard this for a while. However, I would like to know what joint policies or agreements exist between justice and education, because we want to attract foreign international students, but it's going to be an issue once they arrive, or even getting here in terms of a residence permit and so on. So is this just a line in the presentation, or was any work actually done on this concept about international students? A strong positioning of students was also mentioned in the presentation as a basic principle. When it comes to accessibility, accessibility doesn't only involve funding and student loans, let's say a financial aid, but also ensuring that students, especially let's say those with disabilities, have access to higher education institutions. So I would like to know how the law provides for accessibility in detail, including students with disabilities. And I'd like to know then, how is the ministry looking to support these students as they attempt to access higher education? I would also like to know, Mr. Chair, through you, how the law promotes research and innovation in the higher education sector. We see some new programs popping up, especially at USM. How is the ministry supporting the university as we create more research opportunities for our students? In this parliament, I presented a plan for a so-called thesis library. We have such a need for capacity, especially as it concerns research. We have our students, most of them, away in the United States, in Holland, doing research on St. Martin, probably solving better than us here our policy problems, but we don't have access to that information. So how is the ministry and how does this law support research and promote research in the higher education sector, because we truly need that research and that data to promote proper policy making. Mr. Chair, we've had an issue with accreditation and recognition in this country for quite some time. There is a dire need for a proper national accreditation body because we want our programs to be accredited, but we also don't. Let me ask then, how or what is the so-called national accreditation body, or what provision will there be for a body that recognizes higher institutions and higher education programs locally? So having our own council, so to say. I'd also like to know, Mr. Chair, through you to the Minister, does the law recognize USM as an existing and as an accepted government-funded institution? Yes or no? And if no, why not? I don't know if you went to USM, Mr. Chairman, but I did 1 year after high school. I wasn't ready at 16 to go to college, so I did 1 year at USM. And many students have, you know, so it holds a special place in our hearts. And so I want to know through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, how exactly does he see USM as a stakeholder and as a partner? I actually believe that we should move away from stakeholder and start to look at our institutions as partners in decision-making, in policy-making. So how does the ministry see USM in particular? MP Williams, Westcott Williams asked about the follow-up to the 2018 discussion. 2018 was 5 years ago, and we're getting this law or this draft now. So was there a follow-up meeting? If yes, what are the details? If not, why wasn't there a follow-up when the draft is being presented to Parliament in 2023? There had to been changes to the draft that was presented to the institutions in 2018. It's impossible that it's the same draft. So why or how has consultations continued since that original meeting in 2018? Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to know, can you confirm that there is no funding model for higher education? There is a funding model for education, but is there one for higher education? And if so, then if we're looking at USM, for instance, how are they being impacted by the fact that they meet the subsidy requirements for secondary education institutions? How is that being, how are they being impacted, and what does the minister feel about this impact? Because funding is mentioned in the law. However, if there is no funding model, what is the expectation moving forward? What can universities expect? How can they expect to be funded if there is no model, funding model currently? What is important, we see an issue with faculty recruitment, retention. In fact, teachers at all levels on St. Martin, you know, there is an issue, but there are programs in place. How does the law support and incentivize faculty development at higher education institutions? I think it is important that we build in, so to say, some sort of mechanism to support the development of faculty at our higher education institutions. Because oftentimes, and I know from experience, quality might be impacted, access is impacted. I know instructors at USM definitely teach from the heart because they want not only the university but the students to get access to as much education as possible. However, this law in particular needs to address the issues as it concerns funding and development of faculty at universities. If we are truly going to create access, ensure that there is quality education and so forth, because that was what was mentioned in the presentation. Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, online learning has become a part of our everyday lives. And so I'm not sure how the law takes into consideration this landscape that is now, online and distance education. I'd like to know in particular what is in place. What is also important to me, Mr. Chairman, is that there is a provision to safeguard, let's say, the autonomy of institutions, because we often hear that there are provisions to punish institutions, but how about protecting institutions, especially institutions like USM that have been here and been serving this community for a very, very long time? What does the ministry believe is important to protect these sort of institutions? Maybe not all of them, but at least institutions like the University of St. Martin, moving forward to ensure that it not only stays alive, but it thrives and it becomes even bigger than it is, because we know it has the potential to. And that is it for now for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duncan. I see no other speakers. No other speakers? Thank you. Minister, I do also have a couple of questions that I wanted to add. I wanted to comment on the issue of institutions of higher learning also reflecting the job market. I do agree that I don't think it should be exclusively so. I don't think that it must be a blanket rule that is the premise by which higher education is created. However, I do want to caution that it does matter what your society and your economy needs because of the other problem that we discuss in Parliament and in society, which is the fact that we're trying to lessen the number of work permits that we have to issue. And when you go through the work permit ordinances, the idea is that if there is a qualified local of the requirement stipulated by the business, then that person basically is not granted a work permit. So what you see in society and in the business community, an ad is put out and it says bachelor's degree. And that might be the issue where by not having that qualified level of a person, even though they have the experience, but maybe they just need to get that function, you have an issue within your labor situation in terms of how the law handles it there, if you don't also seek means for those that have the professional skills to receive their bachelor's degree in the function that they hold. So I do think that it needs to be a balanced approach. I don't agree with maybe how it is now or how it's being proposed, that it should be a blanket issue, but I do think that at least a sort of a statement or a review of the institution's ability to provide some of those things, particularly tourism management, hospitality management, for example. Those are two that often come to mind. Business management, I think that is something that can be offered locally, so the department should receive some type of assessment from the institution about its ability to provide some of those functions as well. I also want to comment on one question in terms of what is the government's vision in terms of where we will go with higher education in terms of the number of students. Where do we see ourselves going? Is there a sort of a ratio to say that if there's 200 students a year, we want to receive higher education? Our vision for the next 5 to 10 years or whatever is that 80% of those will be able to study in St. Martin, or is it 100%, or is it 50%? Are those discussions being had with the USM so that they are able, for example, to say, well, let's also create a long-term business plan in line with what the government wants? You see, the planning of education in the longest term is also lacking because it is very difficult for any educational institution, especially higher education, that has different type of costs compared to secondary or primary education. Their costing and business model is much different. And that ties me to the other issue of the subsidizing of these institutions. I see within the legislation it's talking about 60% and so on. Have we considered that once we want to become a destination of higher learning, that also requires certain other investments to be made? We need to be able to promote this within the Caribbean in particular, or the Netherlands or other places. We need to be able to support the fact that when you start from scratch, when you start with this new, there are initial expenses, probably capital expenses that are going to be made. Is there provisions to also do investments into the institution rather than just subsidize? Because it would be one thing to just simply subsidize them, but if they need to make also capital investments, are we going to provide them with loan guarantees, for example, as was done with the Mental Health Foundation, where they got a loan guarantee, government didn't have to spend a penny, but they were able to get that to get the building where they're at now. I think we have to also look beyond that, and when I look at the financial paragraph, it is pretty lengthy, but I don't think it goes sufficiently into that aspect of what really encompasses the investments that we have to make and the possible financial consequences to properly ensure that higher education really reaches the goals and the vision that we have. I would also suggest that perhaps the department, because when you look at the financial paragraph, it really talks about a lot of data, mainly between 2016 and 2018. There's been several budgets since then. There's been, I believe, 6 or 7 financial statements since then that can also say, well, this is what was budgeted. What I see in the financial paragraph of the law is a lot based on budgets. But what was actually spent? Did we underspend or did we overspend? I think an analysis of what has been done in terms of the investments actually made, because oftentimes we hear, oh yeah, there's 800,000 allocated for USM, but did that actually go to them? We don't know. We would want to be able to maybe get that in writing, Minister, or I would request that in writing, that a sort of an updated financial prognosis of what has been done really leading up to the last financial statements to give us a real check on, well, Parliament passed the budget, but was it actually used? And then that will give us an idea of where we think it needs to go, because the purpose of the financial paragraph of the law is for members of Parliament to understand, well, if we're going to do this, this is what it's going to cost. And I don't think that this law sufficiently gives us the proper picture of what the real totality of the financial expenditures of properly having higher education in our country, what that would entail. Also, Minister, if you can pull it up there. I lost that question. Okay, that would be my questions for now. I do see MP Gums has an additional remark or question.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chairman. To kind of actually go off of what you just said, my question was to kind of supplement my question on Article 121, so the permission for charging higher fees. Again, going back to the focus on attracting foreign students, is there going to be a tiered fee structure allowed for USM? Because in the US, you pay higher fees if you're an international student. At UE, if you have a CARICOM passport, it's subsidized up to a point. But if I were to try to go to UE, I would be paying a pretty hefty increase in fees. So will there be a tiered fee structure? And again, I think I'd like to thank my colleagues for kind of agreeing with my point on the job market should not dictate what USM is able to do. And to just touch a bit on the work permit point, I think that kind of proves the whole point of USM being able to expand the offering and shape the job market. Right now, when you see certain work permits placed in the paper, sent to the Department of Labor, there are little caveats, even if you have the required degree. I have a master's. I've seen positions requiring a master's, but requiring that I also be able to speak a certain language. So maybe you could go to USM for that particular degree and also made minor in Mandarin, French, or Turkish. So that's just to kind of say that, you know, you have to be able to allow the university to expand what they're able to offer to combat that whole work permit debacle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, MP Gums. I see no further questions or comments from the floor at this time. Minister, I know you've received quite some questions, so I'll adjourn for 1 minute to consult with the minister on the way forward for this meeting. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, members of parliament. The minister has indicated that he would require at least 3 weeks to get the answers to the questions that were posed. So we will take note of that and be in touch with the minister in terms of the continuation of this central committee meeting. Minister, if you can also note then that the question I posed about the financial paragraph expansion, if it can be in writing, but in time for the meeting still. Okay? I see no other need at this time for any further questions or comments, so this agenda point will be adjourned, and I will adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes to go to the next agenda point. Meeting adjourned.
to the continuation of this meeting. We now go over to agenda point 1. Earlier today, we switched the agenda points around, and we are now going to agenda point 2. Well, this is now agenda point 2. Agenda point 1 had become agenda point 2, and I want to extend a special welcome to the initiative taker, Member of Parliament Rolando Bryson. The agenda point for this continuation is Initiatieflandsverordening tot wijziging van de Landsverordening houdende regelen betreffende de handel in dranken en spijzen alsmede het verschaffen van huisvesting met bediening tegen vergoeding in verband met aanpassing van openingstijden en controleren van geluidsoverlast. Landsverordening tot aanpassing van openingstijden en controleren van geluidsoverlast. Ingekomen stuk 588 van het jaar 2020-2021, gedateerd 16 april 2021. Zittingsjaar 2020-2021, stuk 146. In English, Initiative Draft National Ordinance amending the Permit National Ordinance concerning the trade in drinks and food and the provision of housing with service for a fee in connection with adjusting opening hours and checking noise pollution. National Ordinance adjusting opening hours and checking noise pollution, incoming document 588 of the parliamentary year 2021-2022 and is dated April 16, 2021. Of the parliamentary year 2020-2021, document 146. We go over to the agenda point. One of the most basic rights of members of parliament is the right to initiative. According to Article 85 of the Constitution, any member of parliament has the right to submit a draft initiative national ordinance to parliament for handling and approval. On April 16, 2021, the Parliament of St. Martin received the draft initiative national ordinance amending the Permit National Ordinance concerning the trade in drinks and food and the provision of housing with service for a fee in connection with adjusting opening hours and checking noise pollution. This draft initiative national ordinance was submitted by Member of Parliament Rolando Bryson. As prescribed by Article 69, paragraph 3 and 85, paragraph 3 of the Constitution, the draft was sent to the Council of Advice for advice. On June 8, 2021, Parliament received the advice from the Council of Advice. The next step in the process was a reaction to this advice by the initiative taker. On June 22, 2023, MP Bryson submitted the reaction to the advice, and on that same date, he submitted an amended draft based on the advice of the Council of Advice. This document is registered on the incoming document 888 of the parliamentary year 2022-2023. MP Bryson, as the initiative taker of this law, will be the one defending it today. Hence today, this meeting, and at this time, I am happy to give the floor to MP Rolando Bryson for his opening remarks and presentation. MP Bryson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to yourself, the Secretary General, and once again, good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament, my colleagues, and those following by various forms of media. As mentioned by you, Mr. Chairman, today I am presenting an amendment to the national ordinance, the licensing ordinance to adjust the opening hours to current reality and implement sound level norms. That is general translation that I use because, of course, the technical term is much longer. just to have an idea of what I would like to go over today, again, Mr. Chairman, would be, first of all, the current situation and the existing law, to give both the members of parliament as well as the public an idea of how these issues are actually handled in our current legislation. The changes to the closing times, so what we've analyzed and what we would propose to what the maximum closing time is, and I'm going to stress on that a little later so that the terms are understood as to what the intention of the law is. The implementation of sound level standards, so the manner in which this law will implement new sound level standards by national decrees, or actually allow the government to enter, to create such standards by national decree, especially for the food and beverage sector, and also the comments from the Council of Advice and how those, I believe, have been addressed. So the current law, what is the Landsverordening, the current state of the food and beverage industry and the current challenges with the existing law. A little bit of background. This legislation, the original law that is being proposed to be amended, dates back to 1949. Like many of our laws, they have been taken over from the Netherlands Antilles. And in 1949, the Netherlands Antilles had decided to create regulation for the granting of permission to sell liquor. So it was really more of a liquor law. In 1963, the law was fully amended to better make it more about the category of businesses and what businesses that sell liquor should be and be able to do, what time they should close, and other different factors in that legislation. So the legislation really was more closer to its current form in 1963. In 2010, the law is adopted by St. Maarten as part of the 10-10-10 process. And between 1963 and 2010, there were very little amendments to the law. In other words, the law that we're dealing with today really dates back to 1963, at a time when the population was much smaller, the industry was much different, and tourism was basically close to non-existent or only just developing. The licensing ordinance regulates a few things. It has the categories of businesses, so you have them divided into restaurants, coffee houses, which is used in our system as the nightclubs and bars, so that's the so-called koffiehuisvergunning, the hotels, and on and off trade as well. It regulates the closing times, or the maximum closing time for businesses within that have such a license. So while it says, for example, that businesses should close at 10 or at 12 or at 1, does not necessarily mean that that is the time that they will close. That still has a certain discretion from the government in terms of licensing. So we will get into that in just a bit. Alcoholic beverages, the business ordinance, the licensing ordinance, make sure that businesses in this ordinance are categorized based on their permission to sell such, and the granting of licenses, so the process to be able to get such a license. Now, a lot of the premise behind this law, and where I feel like the law has fallen a little bit behind, is in terms of the development and evolution of the food and beverage industry, so dining, as well as the nightlife industry in St. Maarten. In 2005, there was a very significant change that many people did not realize, so to speak, in tourism, in terms of the way we started promoting our destination. Up until 2005, St. Maarten marketed itself primarily based on the beaches, sea, sun, and sand. And in 2005, the Tourism Master Plan incorporated 7 key areas, of which nightlife, as well as the food and beverage industry, were 2 of the key sectors. So it actually, in terms of business-wise, it was the top promoted sector to be promoted, invested in, and developed. The industry is quite resilient. Over the years, we've had hurricanes, we've had COVID-19, probably less resilient to COVID-19, but quite resilient to the advent of hurricanes. And they are generally the first businesses to be able to reopen and to employ locals. Speaking about jobs, the sector employs thousands of people within our country, many entry-level and high net earnings due to tips. This industry is very valued amongst the job market because while the salary in and of itself may not be good, people working within the food and beverage industry have earnings that they get from either service charges and or tips, and that is a very welcome addition to their spending power. And also the aspect of the orange economy. A lot has been discussed about this, but I think the entertainment industry, nightlife, food and beverage has been ignored for its contribution within the orange economy. I'll go a little bit into that, but when you think, let's say, for example, Sherry's Cafe, and this type of entertainment that has been able to develop over the years, and a lot of people that have blossomed out of the food and beverage and nightlife industry as a result of the entertainment they provide locally, dancers, singers, DJs, rappers, artists, etc. There is a place for them to earn money locally within the food and beverage and nightlife industry. Just a few figures that I've been able to receive from the government. The number of businesses in the sector as of 2022 was 789. It is estimated that, that 9,468 people are employed within the sector of the licenses, so not counting hotel, but specifically Restaurant A, Restaurant B, and Koffiehuis Vergunningen. It is estimated that close to 10,000 people are employed within this industry. And just another interesting figure that I remember debating back in 2020 and 2021, in terms of where much of the payroll support was going to go, and the answer we had received in that budget is that much of that was going towards the food and beverage and nightlife sector. So at that time, 69 million guilders was allocated to keep this business afloat, which was highly affected by the lockdowns. I mentioned earlier about the development of the food and beverage and nightlife industry, and you can see here an excerpt from the July 29, 2005 Tourism Master Plan that set out 7 core, as they called, key elements or reasons to visit. And of the 7, you see nightlife and food as 2 of the key things. Ever since then, the Tourist Bureau, let's say back in 2005, but also even when I was tourism director, we continued to really follow the Tourism Master Plan. And the development of nightlife and dining formed key objectives for the Tourism Master Plan. In line with the TORMAT, many exemptions have been given over the years for nightlife. Policies have been geared towards its growth, and the investment guide that's been published over those years also significantly profiles attracting investors within this industry. Here's an example of how the Tourist Bureau over the years, you might remember the Discover St. Martin ads. This was one of the promotional ads. It's actually a video on the website that really highlights nightlife and its attractiveness to St. Martin. This is from the tourism exit surveys of St. Martin. I know it is a bit difficult to read. I do apologize for that, members of parliament, but I would be happy to send the presentation after. But I can read for you some of the key statistics here. This is the distribution of ADE, so the average daily expenditure that tourists spend within our country. So let's say a tourist, the ADE is estimated at $100. Well, what we find here is that 47% goes to accommodation. But when you look at the restaurant, nightlife, and similar industries, they account for 20% of the spending that tourists spend in our country. So when you take accommodations, which is kind of an automatic, you're talking about the rest of their disposable income, 40% of it goes towards this industry. The F&B and entertainment now accounts, for actually 21% of the overall expenditure. And taking out the accommodations industry, it is actually at 45%. I would like to highlight a little bit about the connection between the labor market and the F&B and nightlife industry. And again, I keep referring to the food and beverage and nightlife industry because those are the areas that are affected based on the amendments to this law. The SSRP, like I mentioned earlier, significant, a lot of the lockdown support, because the lockdown support that was done, that was approved by Parliament and then executed by the Ministry of Finance, was based on who was actually closed, so who was locked down. And as we know, during that time, the food and beverage sector was constantly faced with not just full lockdowns, but also earlier closing times and so on. So over the years, it was estimated that 69 million guilders, due to the various lockdowns and opening hours, actually had to go towards the payroll support for the many people that work within this industry. I think that's a good figure. Unfortunately, one of the things that I discovered in this exercise is that as a country, we really have very poor job statistics in terms of how much people earn, in terms of the categories in which they earned. So when I pose questions to the Ministry of VSA to get that information, and the Department of Statistics, the labor survey was underway at the time. That was something that they were trying to add. What is the, let's say, how much does the average person earn within a particular industry? So that information was not available. So I just used the SSRP as a guideline. Many jobs go to locals. Most positions in the food and beverage industry do not appear in the top 10 most requested work permits. As you may recall, there was a presentation in October of 2021 where we were given a list of all the work permits that are given within the industry, within various industries, and the food and beverage industry is not listed high in that presentation. The reopening of nightlife sparked tourism. The industry contributed to the economy performing better than expected according to the CBCS estimates. I think that the resiliency of it after the hurricane as well as after COVID-19 helped to drive reasons for people to travel to St. Martin, especially considering that many other destinations they would not have been able to enjoy. And the tips increased the spending powers of workers, as I stated earlier. In terms of the orange economy, we know that DJs, live bands, local artists also experience improved career prospects, thriving under the growth of the industry since 2005. There's many opportunities, especially with the popularity of DJs being able to perform at various establishments, but also live bands. You see some examples of some of the earlier ones, like DJ Polly at Sherry's Cafe, control band that has been at various restaurants and so on. But then you also see that restaurants are trying to integrate entertainment into their offering in order to be able to compete. You look here, you see different examples of where really just traditional restaurants, in trying to be able to remain competitive in order to be able to attract people to their doors, they have started to incorporate at least, let's say, a night where there's a live person with saxophone or a live band or DJ, because that is, I guess, the way that the industry is evolving. And 14 of the top 20 TripAdvisor restaurants offer musical entertainment. It is also a spotlight for the orange economy, I believe. A lot of our people are local artists that are able to then branch off and become very big. You look at, let's say, maybe you see them on a local poster here in a nightclub, and then you see them performing internationally after. A very good example of that is BB Bad, Bianca Dykhoff, who started off as a dancer, transitioned into DJing, and now she's actually the official DJ of Karol G, one of the largest artists. But was it not for her ability to perform locally and have that sort of outlet? I think it was good that she got that experience locally and now has branched off internationally. We also have, for example, Ajay Ratwani, who started off playing locally as a DJ and has then been headlining like SXM Festival and other large international events. The growth, however, has brought about some challenges that I do want to be realistic about. Most of the businesses, as a result of the growth over the years, most businesses are operating at times later than originally intended in the law. So when you look at the times, which I'll go over later, many businesses have been granted exemptions to be able to operate beyond what the law dating back to 1963 originally intended. The law does allow somewhat for that exemption, but I'll go over that in a minute. But I believe that there needed to be more clarity in terms of how this is handled. Permits for music. Businesses are ad hoc being asked to have permits to play music. All play music is a very cumbersome process. What I mean by this, by the letter of the law, any music is music, whether it's ambient, whether it's a band. In the eyes of the law, the way the law was written, it really didn't distinguish between that. So unfortunately, we would have to update the law if we would want it to say, for example, live music requires a permit, or music higher than X decibels requires a music. But if we're really going to say we enforce the law as is, then anyone playing any music, it's very, very clear in the law as well as the explanatory memorandum, probably because back then, in 1963, there wasn't let's say, as popular to have speakers in your restaurant playing ambient music. Maybe that's the reason why I can't say. But the way the legislation is written in Article 52, I think needs to be clarified so that the businesses and the government can have better enforcement. And of course, noise pollution has become a significant issue. There are more complaints about this, and I believe very little legislation to deal with this. I've been mentioning the scope of the law in terms of what the law says now. at the last column, you see what the current law says. So supermarkets, I just included that because that shows that that is a little bit more in line. Supermarkets, according to the current law, have a closing time of 6:30. Other retail establishments, 6:30, which is in line somewhat with the median, although I think a 6:30 time for supermarkets is not quite realistic. But when you look at restaurants, bars, and nightclubs, you see a much bigger disparity between what the law says, which is that all restaurants, bars, and nightclubs should be closed at midnight and 1 a.m. But the reality, when we look through what has been granted and what is actually happening, in reality, most of the businesses are closing later than what the law stipulates. So the question is, as what was discussed by the Council of Advice, I'll get into that, but the question would be, just enforce what is there, or do we amend to bring it closer in line with what we have, allowing then the ministry to make the determination as to what the closing time should be, but that the maximum isn't just set at midnight, and then we're just basically giving 90% of the businesses having to do exemptions. When you look at the areas in which this issue is most prevalent, here you have, let's say in the Simpson Bay area and the Colby area is where you have the most deviations based on the data we've been able to get. Whereas in the Phillipsburg area, you see very little deviations as well. Let's say in the Princess Quarter area, you have a medium amount of deviations. So the deviations seem to be concentrated a lot, let's say, as we call over the hill. Now, I mentioned noise pollution, and it's something that I think I wanted to share in terms of what the situation is based on what the government has been able to provide me. Noise complaints from businesses playing music have gone up over the years, and that the industry has grown and account for 71% of the complaints that go to TIAT. The current law does not regulate sound levels for businesses. This question was verbatim posed to the Ministry of TIAT in addition to the work visits that were done. Certain information I really wanted to receive in writing, and the question was posed, does the ministry also share the opinion that currently within the legislation that falls under the Ministry of TIAT, there is no legislation that regulates noise level? And the answer was yes, we agree. There is currently no legislation that regulates noise levels. However, based on external legal advice and review, this is also the case for Aruba and Curacao. And then other examples of case law was used and so on. But that is something that I think is not ideal, hence why I'm proposing for us to have this legislated so that it is very clear. Or at the end, at the very least, which is what the law intends, allow the country by national decree to finally really set what these rules should be so that the government is clear as well as the businesses. Article 52 states that businesses should request permission to play any music, but the guidelines and delegation authority to create national policy is lacking in the law and is impractical as every business plays some form of music of the other, as I mentioned earlier. So I do believe that the article needs to be clarified. On a policy level on the government, we have a bit of an interesting situation because the ministry has two conflicting policies with regard to sound level, and they are not enshrined in ministerial or national decrees. That is the residential economic policy and the enforcement policy. I know the text is very small, but I can summarize here for you is that the ministry, with the two conflicting policies, you have here the enforcement policy that actually gives some guidelines into what sound levels should be. But when you actually put the two policies, the residential, we call it the REP, and so we have the REP and the EP, they actually have different standards for what should be enforced. That is, of course, quite an issue which has been brought up by businesses where they say, well, one time an inspector might come and tell me, well, I fall on the 85 category, the 85 decibel category, and then am I at the 55, am I at this, am I at that? This is why I think enshrining these things in national decrees containing general measures would be the best way, because then it has advisory processes that it has to go through. It can go to the SER, it can go to the Council of Advice, a much more technical aspect that can also involve other ministries like Justice and VROMI to make sure that these guidelines are now once and for all very clear, and conflicts like this in our national policy don't need to exist. So the adjustment to the law adjusts the closing times and creates the sort of premise for a national decree to be created for sound levels. In terms of closing times, the supermarkets were adjusted to 10 p.m. And again, I want to stress here, and I think I need to explain a little bit. When one reads what we say, and if I say nightclubs and bars are given their own category and max closing time is 5 a.m., this absolutely does not mean that every bar and restaurant in the country is going to be able to close at 5 a.m. What it means is that rather than us having a closing time of 11 and then having hundreds of businesses getting exemptions to be till 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, we are now doing the opposite, where if there are businesses that want to open till 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, they are simply granted it, and they're not given an exemption. That was one of the things noted by the Council of Advice in terms of vrijstelling versus ontheffing, and that is why that adjustment is being made, because a ontheffing from a deviation like that should be really treated as an exceptional circumstance. But if we're constantly given hundreds of these exemptions a year, then it's questionable whether it's no longer an exceptional circumstance. So again, the maximum closing time allowed by law would be 10 p.m. Restaurants are adjusted to maximum closing time of 1 rather than 11. Koffiehuisvergunning are adjusted to maximum of 5 rather than 12. And paragraph 4 is also changed to allow the exemption rule, but ensuring that businesses have the opportunity to be heard before such a change is made. So in other words, if a business, one of the things that was not in the current legislation is that if the government wants to adjust someone's business license and their closing time, there was no need to hear from the business. Now there's actually a provision that mandates it, that the government allows, I think it's a 4-week period where the person has an opportunity to say, hey, if you change my closing time from 1 to 10, you're basically going to bankrupt me. Can you please reconsider? So that is done. That is also a provision to protect businesses in the process. In terms of sound levels, the parameters for playing music from an establishment are specified more clearly in the law. So the measurement of sound levels takes place with approved calibrated equipment 30 meters from the location of the business. And this is the standard that I've been taken, and I kind of go into that in the explanatory notes in terms of looking at various international standards as to how measurements should happen. I don't think it makes sense that a measurement should happen right next to the speaker in the location, but I also don't think it should be 100 meters away, because then you might not get an honest answer as to whether this is a sound disturbance. So a certain distance is given and made clear in the law. The government will be able to set a national, by means of the national ordinance, the sound levels. So the rep, for example, can be incorporated into an LBHAM. The Parliament will have the opportunity to review the LBHAM before it is published. So that is also something that is given the opportunity, so that members of Parliament, considering that this is something that affects society and communities, we have the opportunity to review the LBHAM before it is published. And the license holders are allowed to be heard before a deviated regulation is applied to them. So I believe that is something similar in other departments, where before the government takes a decision on your building permit or your work permit or different things, there's that sort of appeal process. I think that's important for businesses to be heard in case there are any misunderstandings, that they can at least be heard before a deviating regulation is applied to them. The Council of Advice had many remarks, and I must say, and I did in the NADA report that I published, is that as a member of Parliament that drafts initiatives, it is, I don't think any legislation that we would bring to the Council of Advice would be at the level of what a government would provide. We have limited resources, which we hope we can improve upon going forward. But the fact is, the Council of Advice has done an excellent job in pointing out what the real issues are with the legislation before it should come to Parliament, and I've done my best to address all of those. Firstly, the language, so technical terms and overall language needed to be improved. One of the key learning points for me, maybe on a, let's say from a language perspective, would be rudimentary, which is ontheffing versus vrijstelling. But that entire concept of the difference between what is an exceptional circumstance or what is something that should be completely allowed, that process was interesting, and I ensured to make the necessary adjustments to that. The consideration lacked some substance in the original draft. So originally in the considerations, I think I put a lot of subjective terms, you know, in terms of what I believe. And actually the Council of Advice did give me that tick on the finger and said, no, you have to remain objective in your considerations and be factual. Even if the premise behind the law is something I believe, it should be as objective as possible. So the considerations are really based on facts and certain issues that are the reality in St. Martin. The references were insufficient. So let's say if there was documentation provided to Parliament or whether it was a meeting that was held, what I did to improve on that based on the Council Advice was to actually put more footnotes or at least in brackets referring to where I got the information from. The analysis of the closing times needed to be improved. I did several things here. We did a survey. We also used a Google API to really scan what businesses are advertising, and then based on that, looking to see what the closing times actually are in addition to what the businesses are actually providing to the government, or what the government is providing to businesses rather. Enforcement or amendment. This was a key question from the Council of Advice that I think was thought-provoking. Because on the one hand, you would say, well, the law says all restaurants should close at 10 p.m. Should the initiative taker say, you know what, maybe we don't need to amend the law, let's just enforce it. Let's say that all restaurants should close at 10 p.m., or let's continue to use the whole ontheffing versus vrijstelling, well, whether ontheffingen should be the norm. And consideration had to be given to that. And I felt that looking and also discussing with stakeholders as well as in the meetings with the Ministry of TIAT, that enforcement of this law in terms of making sure what the current times are in the law are simply not realistic and also could be economically disastrous. If we were to say that all these businesses had to just, you know what, no more ontheffingen, everybody closing at the time that is stipulated by law, I think we would have a huge economic crisis. So in the enforcement versus amendment aspect had to be considered. However, the enforcement aspect still was considered in terms of the ability of the inspection department to do the controls. Because especially with what we did with noise pollution, there was an analysis done as to making sure that the department is equipped. And actually at the time, the minister at the time did inform me that the department has recently gotten new equipment, they've done training, and it is within the budget of the ministry based on the capacity that they have. Ontheffing versus vrijstelling, like I mentioned, these two terms were used interchangeably in the original draft, but one is actually more suitable than the other. The difficult to implement measures. There were some measures in the original draft that I wanted to implement, but I had to resign to the fact that some of them were beyond, let's see, the scope of this legislation. So therefore, those aspects on the advice of the Council of Advice were removed. So a lot of the things that you will see in the Council of Advice remarks that were very scathing and saying, you know, this basically can't work, I resigned to that fact and actually removed those articles from the legislation. And also, importantly, I needed to do a deeper analysis of the existing policies. That was done. I had another work visit and information request from the Ministry of TIAT, where we looked at, okay, what is being used as policy, or is it really just kind of, are we winging it? That's when I found or was informed about the REP, which is I mean, this is always another technical term that we have to debate. What is a published policy? Is it published if it's just on the website, or is it when it's done by ministerial decree? That is hard to say, but the REP was published at one point. I believe it dates back to 2009, if I'm not mistaken. I can actually check that right now. Yes, November 2009. this is one of the policies, and then you have this one here, the enforcement policy of 2015, which was also gone more deep, well, we went more deeper into in the legislation. So I believe with that, I had addressed as many of the concerns as possible from the Council of Advice by removing those various articles, making the improvements, the changes, and with that, I've come to the end of the presentation. In essence, I hope that with this legislation and the clarity that I can provide, but more importantly, Mr. Chairman, with the feedback from the members of Parliament, perhaps I can provide even more clarity, or where necessary, make further changes as being proposed by members of the Central Committee. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson, for that extensive and elaborate explanation. I now look to members of the Parliament, and we have so far one MP who has requested to speak, and I give the floor to MP Melissa Gums.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone again. And thank you to MP Bryson for the presentation and explanation of this initiative. In theory, I definitely agree that you need to take steps to correct, for example, the abundance of exemptions that have been given. But I do have some concerns with some of the changes. The amendment, as MP Bryson explained, expands the closing times for nightclubs covered under the licensed coffee house to 5 a.m. But when I checked with workers at various clubs, I think the latest that one of them stays open is to 4. The majority start closing down by 3:30 a.m. the latest. And I know that the explanation was provided that it doesn't mean every club will close at 5 a.m. But I think if we're realistic about human nature and the very nature of capitalism, we can see that there's a very real possibility that many will aim to do exactly that. I fully can understand wanting to make more money, but I think if you're already closing at 4, 1 extra hour is not going to make that much of a difference. I'm also concerned for the impact on the workers who already have to shut down, clean up, count out, etc., and then drive home exhausted. And they won't be the only ones. If you reckon that patrons will stay and consume beverages until 5 a.m., then you run the risk of having an increase of intoxicated drivers on the road at a time when persons are waking up and starting their day or getting their kids ready for school. So I just wanted to ask, through you, Mr. Chairman, to MP Bryson, did you consult with KPSM regarding their capacity to secure roads and people with these new proposed closing times, and whether they're prepared with breathalyzers and other instruments to handle any reckless or intoxicated drivers? I'd also like to ask, just to go back to my previous point, because what I fear, I guess, and trying to remain objective, is that you set it to 5 now, and then establishments start closing at 5, and then maybe in the future the deviation request comes for 5:30, or maybe even 6 a.m. And this is just thinking again along the lines of people in general. And I think sometimes establishments kind of test their limits. I live in Defiance, and we have had a couple of times where on a Sunday evening, the permit says midnight, but the party keeps going till 2, 3 a.m., even after 2 police visits. So just to kind of keep that human nature aspect in mind when it comes to this. And then, Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to ask whether the initiative taker consulted, perhaps via the community councils, with those that live in the areas in which establishments operate when approaching this law when it comes to noise levels and noise pollution. It's no secret that residents in almost all districts, except possibly Kupakoi, have complained extensively about the noise levels. Whether Simpson Bay, Cold Bay, Middle Ridge and Defiance, ATLH Road, Sucker Garden, there's just some examples. So I just want to know if maybe those neighborhoods were consulted on their thoughts regarding that. As MP Bryson explained, you looked in your memorial van toelichting, you looked at the City of Amsterdam's methodology for measuring noise levels as the basis for the changes to the noise levels permitted. So measuring 30 meters away from the facade. But I decided to verify this with a noise technician employed by the gemeente Amsterdam. And in reality, the measurement is not necessarily taken from 30 meters away, but from the closest facade. So 5, 10, 15, or 20 meters. So I think to also keep that in mind. And maybe the most important thing when we look at St. Martin and noise levels at nightclubs. I think we have to think a little differently based on our geography, because noise doesn't just impact those in the immediate surrounding area of an establishment. In the Cold Bay Simpson Bay area, you have the added challenge of the Simpson Bay Lagoon. When I worked for Sonesta Maho, we had the added challenge of Maho Bay, where guests would complain about noise reverberating across the water and impacting their sleep. For example, before its unfortunate demise, the noise coming from District 721 would travel across the water and disturb residents of Cold Bay, who technically would not be considered as part of the disrupted population if we focus solely on measuring noise level impact from 30 meters away or even from the nearest facade. Lastly, for now, Mr. Chairman, as MP Bryson mentioned, there permits being required to play music, yes, but I think we also need to be realistic and admit that there seems to be this trend now where restaurants convert to a club after their kitchen closes. Because there's a clear difference between a restaurant having ambient music and a restaurant having a full-on conscience concert. So I think that we also need to kind of, I just want to ask then if MP Bryson has considered this reality, and maybe there needs to be a reconsideration then of what playing music actually constitutes, because there are differences to that. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Melissa Gums. And we go to the next speaker, MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, good early evening to each and every one. Mr. Chairman, I want to start off by thanking the initiative taker for this law that seeks to amend the permit ordinance to deal with the issue of closing times and adherence to closing times, as well as the issue of noise, noise pollution, noise hindrance. Mr. Chairman, originally, the proposal by the initiative taker started out on the premise of the far-reaching discretionary powers of the minister where it pertains to closing times. That was one part, and the other part was the issue of noise pollution and the existing policies and the enforcement of these policies. Based on the initial proposal regarding these two items, especially by the initiative taker, the Council of Advice on the draft initiative law was very, very critical, and in essence asked the question whether, given the law that we have currently, so the permit ordinance, these changes were necessary. The Council of Advice highlighted some areas in the current, somewhat, pretty much, antiquated law that currently are not being used and could be used to accommodate the issues that led to the creation of this initiative draft law. Following the comments by the Council of Advice, the very critical comments by the Council of Advice on this document, on the initial document, the initiative taker took them to heart and changed the draft initiative law to now reflect what the council, to a great extent, what the council would have stated. So when I look now at the amended initiative law before us, I ask myself in how far the overall objective is being met. The overall objective as stipulated at the beginning of this process for this law. And I ask this because, albeit that with respect to, for example, let me start with the issue of the closing times. The initiative taker in his presentation stated that while the minister can give an exemption, that there is a period built into that, making it a little more, I wouldn't say difficult, but maybe more due account can be taken. Let me put it that way. However, when it comes to the matter of the closing times as proposed, the new closing times as proposed, it still concludes in the new draft that based on exceptional reasoning or the application of the permit holder, the minister can still issue a later closing time. So after all that is said about the closing time, Article 47, sub 1, 2, and 3, and then 4 states that the issue of exceptional circumstances and within 4 weeks, etc., that has to do with the paragraph 52, which deals with the issue of the noise pollution. So, Mr. Chairman, like the Council of Advice, I asked myself about the overall objective of this law. The initiative taker has given quite an outline, starting with the antiquated nature of this law, and then, which I thought was quite interesting, and for which I commend the initiative taker, some economic statistics of St. Martin and our nightlife, etc., etc. That information is extremely valid. I don't know in how far it serves the case before us, however. So when I look at the situation right now, we see where basically the minister kind of across the board, and I think the initiative taker gave the percentage of how many exemptions are given currently by the minister. The possibility for further extensions is not excluded in what we have before us. So that thing about the discretionary powers of the minister, we got to kind of put it in context, we got to put it in, we got to enclose it. That is still, you still have that opening there, and quite discretionary, I must say. I want to join the question that has been asked about consultation on this matter. Consultation on this matter, for example, with the business sector, maybe even furthermore with the social partners that will also then include labor. The initiative taker indicated where it pertains to the financial paragraph that no extra finances or financial considerations are necessary because what for the measurement equipment and for staffing, that is possible within the current budget of the Ministry of TIAT. Mr. Chairman, this is in complete contrast to responses that I have received, for example, as far as it pertains to the control on the law that bans single-use plastic bags and such items, where the minister indicated that the control is being impeded due to the lack of staffing in the Ministry of TIAT. The Council of Advice raised the issue of extraordinary circumstances, bijzondere omstandigheden, and I have not seen any further elucidation to that. If one of the purposes of this law is to have a more overall policy to curtail the discretionary powers of the minister, then something like extraordinary circumstances should be more elucidated upon. The matter of currently the noise pollution, and my colleague who spoke before me already referred to it in terms of, we mentioned the United States and the Netherlands, but St. Martin's geography, topography, density are completely different and needs to be taken into account when we talk about these numbers, and until a general decree is drafted, this ordinance prescribes what that control will be. So as I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, this law is supposed to provide consistency, yet a minister can deviate. Do we have any idea, maybe just a ballpark figure, of what percentage of licenses granted have been given exemption, so based on the current law? The explanation that we have received for these changes to the permit ordinance would suggest that because businesses in general went outside of the law as it is right now, now we are going to accommodate that by stretching the law. And I think in drafting a law, that is a little of a reverse situation. The issue of the last call for alcohol in the new draft has now been left out and left up to the possibility of the minister to do so. The Council of Advice also looked at that currently you have ministerial decrees issued for business sectors. And according to the advice of the Council of Advice, this should not be the case. You can't have something that is a general law or a general regulation and that is done by a ministerial decree, which is an individual matter. So as I said, Mr. Chairman, currently the law is being infringed upon from what we're learning. And rather than bring things back in line, now we legislate what is being done outside of the law, rather than establishing that there is truly an objective need for the proposal of law that is before us. And Mr. Chairman, then I want to get to the issue of policies. And we're learning that there are at least 2 policies that regulate matters of I guess, the establishment of businesses when we look at the economic residential policy. And these policies, as we would have noted, one goes back to 2009. And these are policies that appear on the government website under the different ministries, and the ministry themselves are not taking any action with respect that you have conflicting policies, because they have not been publicized, and as such they could be used or they could not be used. That's my question to the initiative taker. Is that the way that he has picked up from the ministry how this matter is? Because the same thing applies to, for example, a beach policy. We have 2 of them. This question has been asked to the minister, but it's like they're there. As I mentioned before, Mr. Chairman, the Council of Advice has indicated several areas in the current law that lends themselves for some of the issues that this initiative law seeks to regulate. So in other words, the ministry can do some of the things that are now being proposed to be based on the current law, can do those, what are now being proposed in the draft initiative law before us. So what we have now is that we legislate, and then we still give the minister far-reaching discretionary powers, as I have mentioned. The Council of Advice also made another interesting remark, and that is why I think that this proposal, I would love to hear the minister's view on the matters that regard the ministry itself. So for example, the policies issues that I mentioned earlier, but also that the Council of Advice has indicated, based on the initial proposal by the initiative taker, MP Bryson, that the minister currently, when deviating from closing times, etc., is acting in contravention. So isn't this something we would like to hear from the minister, how he views that? I mentioned the issue of the financial consequences already, and although it is stated that there are none, and that the ministry can deal with any financial issues as a result of this legislation, I mentioned why I believe that I would like a more concrete answer from the ministry on this, as they have indicated not to have enough staffing to deal with the matter of for example, the control on the use of single-use plastic bags. And as everyone would know, that is one of the reasons, albeit that I'm hearing now other reasons from the minister, such as a ban at the import. But one of the reasons mentioned by the minister for not implementing that ban is a lack of staffing. So, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to getting some more info from the initiative taker on this law, and if we could hear something from the minister on some of the issues mentioned, like the policies that are sort of contradictory, and the comments by the Council of Advice with respect to the handling by the minister or the ministry, and I want to thank you in advance for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. We have another speaker, and that is none other than MP Rayon Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to yourself, good afternoon to the griffier, to the Secretariat, to my fellow colleagues, those in the Tribune, and to everybody else tuned in. Mr. Chairman, I too went through the advice from the Council of Advice on the proposal, and it kind of brings me back to a discussion that we had a while back, where the analogy was made by an MP that during the time that another MP was speaking, that he could have jotted down in National Ordinance 123 easy, and that MPs who do not do this are not doing their job. But today, Mr. Chairman, we have a clear case again where we as MPs, instead of letting the law work out as it should, we decide to maybe subtly overstep and do something that I like to refer to as saturation of legislation. In this specific case, Mr. Chairman, the law already gives provisions for the solutions that are needed. And again, there is a reason why it is not put in our hands, but delegated to the hands of the executive branch. To start off, Mr. Chairman, the Raad van Advies gives a clear advice on the law, and it starts with making the clear distinction on openingstijden and sluitingstijden. Why? It gives an explanation as to why the current law is set up as it is, and why it only speaks of sluitingstijden and not openingstijden. The Raad makes it clear that we are not speaking of the opening times of any establishments, because the times that are mentioned in the law solely mention at what time the establishment should be closed, and that's it. That means the opening times of the business is up to the prerogative of the business owner, as long as these are not in contravention with the stipulations of the law. So if there is one thing that the law does not regulate, is the opening times. Yet in the aanbiedingsbrief to Parliament, we still see in the aanhef that the good MP still mentions openingstijden. These are the simple, small things that make wetgevingsjuristen go crazy. The Raad then starts to go into the law itself and mentions the lack of motivation on many points that are being proposed. After the changes were made and this current version is presented, I am of the opinion that the lack of motivation is still clearly there. Starting with the fact that the law to change the current law, the vergoeding Landsverordening, the MP chose to give this new law to make the changes its own name, namely the Landsverordening tot aanpassing van sluitingstijden en geluidsniveaus. This sounds good, but this is something that is not normal, and I want to explain why. This is a choice, and although legally there's nothing wrong with it, it still saturates our legislation. Why? Because normally, when you have a certain law that amend existing national ordinances, for example, a whole revamp of a law, in those cases, it is sometimes recommended to give this new law with the changes its own name. Why? Because you can basically see it as its own, law. But in this certain case, we are only changing 2 articles. So they are not even being changed that drastically, but merely the current numbers. So when you have such a small change, it is actually not even necessary because the law gives the provisions to come to the same results. And then it is not even normal to give this new national ordinance a brand new name, because then you're just confusing the system once again. The Council of Advice mentions several things that go unaddressed. The data behind the suggestions is lacking, starting with the data that supports the necessity for the law at this time. The elucidation speaks about many persons leaving the club at 4, but as the Council says, de noodzaak ontbreekt en is niet voldoende onderbouwd. So a question to the MP through you, Mr. Chairman, is if he plans on presenting said data that the Council of Advice finds is so important to prove that there is indeed a noodzaak to bring this law forward, as per the Council. Then the Council goes on to say that with the setup of the current vergunningslandsverordening, it is not the intention to regulate anything other than at what time certain establishments should be closed. All other restrictions would have to go through the trajectories mentioned in Article 5 and Article 27 of the same national ordinance. Article 5 gives the possibility to regulate other rules for specific licenses, given, for example, the area in which the businesses are. You have coffee house licenses that are operating in Simpson Bay, but also those who are operating over the hill in more quiet areas. Is it the intention that all of these establishments are now to be open until 5 a.m.? Is it not logical to follow the trajectory to make these exceptions per area through the current law instead of giving everyone with these specific licenses a carte blanche? It seems like government itself is running from its regulatory role as per the laws and is basically leaning on MPs to make their jobs easier for them. But that is not the intention of the law, Mr. Chairman. And getting into the specifics of it, I see that the times that are mentioned in the proposal, some of them are reasonable and some of them I have an issue with. In Section 1, we speak of the times for supermarkets, etc., being from the closing times, being from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. I can see the logic in that. Restaurants and hotels close from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., reasonable. But then I have to reiterate what MP Gum said when we look at the nightclubs and the coffee houses, who now all fall under the same article. Mr. Chairman, I go out as well, and I am quite privy to the nightlife. I can speak from experience when I say that no nightclubs are open until 5. Actually, I would not even say that they're open until 4, because before 4 a.m., one of the most popular nightclubs, Lotus, they turn on all their lights. You have to get out of there before 4. I also know a lot of the staff members, the bartenders who work there, the people who work in the VIP who work there. Some of them work 2 jobs, and they still have to work during the week. Nowhere is there any indication that nightclubs should be open until 5 a.m. And I think that 5 a.m. is actually very close to 6 a.m., which is the time that most kids have to wake up to go to school. An hour later will not only result in more drinking, more intoxication, but also more intoxicated drivers having to get back home, especially those who have to go back cul-de-sac. There's reasoning behind this specific time needs to be substantiated through you, Mr. Chairman, and the Council of Advice alludes to this as well. We then go forward where the MP also speaks of the enorme negatieve economische gevolgen in his elucidation if the law change is not made and we keep it as it is. But he does not say what these negative economic consequences are. And it is a part of our jobs as MPs to get these answers, because if they were actual concerns, then they would be relevant for this law, because they're coming from the Council of Advice. We cannot make these statements and not substantiate them if we want to set the bar higher. When it comes to the noise aspect, Mr. Chairman, the Raad also gave grave concerns. It speaks again of the lack of motivation and the lack of the note that justifies overheidsinterventie, intervention from the government. Because in order to justify the government actually intervening with the public, there needs to be a reason, a valid reason. The Raad speaks on the comparison made with the United States and Holland, but also mainly the lack of relation between those 2 countries and how things work here. The Council's conclusion is that this section does not have the policy and legal aspects taken into the account. No distinction is made for St. Martin by itself, where we know, for example, that problem areas like Simpson Bay suffer way more than over the hill. And other small, technical things that may seem minor but are very important when we're doing legislation is consistency in writing style. Within the first overweging of the new law, the word St. Martin is first written fully, and in that same sentence, Sint is cut off to ST, dot. These are the slordigheidsfoutjes that bring the quality of a law down. In the third overweging, in the aanhef, the name of the national ordinance that we are discussing, the vergunningslandsverordening, is written in small letters. A name of a national ordinance, it has to start with a capital letter. In the change also suggested in Article 52 in Section 4, you see that they speak of the eerste lid, while in all of the other sections, they speak of lid 1. Consistency once again. I understand the efforts of the good MP and commend him for this, for trying to better the laws of this country. But the legislation is not an easy thing. And the MP does not possess the knowledge or the expertise yet to do this on the level that is intended for the High Council of State. There is a reason why it is not the intention of the law for us as MPs to keep bringing brand new laws forward. Because when that happens, you start to damage the structure of our codified system when you over-legislate without giving the system that actually provides for certain solutions to be handled in a specific way a chance to actually work. Not because we are MPs means that we can bring forward any law just as good as government. I understand that. It just takes way more time and dedication coming from us, and we might not be capable to bring as many laws, but the quality is something that we can guarantee. And when MPs want to bring changes to existing laws, then too we have to do our utmost best to do our due diligence, our duty towards the quality of the laws that we present to the people. And sadly, we as MPs do not have the legal support yet. We're busy with that. But until the Parliament has established their own legal department with specialized lawyers in wetgeving, legislation, not advocacy but wetgeving, then I advise all MPs to send their proposals to the Department of Legal Affairs, to the respective minister, before sending it to the Council of Advice. Speak to the relevant minister first and combine your efforts and then send it to Legal Affairs, because that department, as of now, is the most qualified department to go over these subjects. And we save ourselves and the Council of Advice a lot of time if we do our best to deliver them something that's actually legally tangible rather than being sent back to the drawing board every time. That we as MPs do not have the support is not an excuse to lower the standard, Mr. Chairman. The level of national ordinances that we bring is of the exact same hierarchy by the Constitution that the national ordinances that government presents. So even though we don't have the same support, the quality needs to be the same, period. Mr. Chairman, contrary to popular belief, most of our laws don't need saving. We arguably, to my opinion, have one of the best codified systems in the world, offering more rechtszekerheid than most other countries in the world. But our laws need to be executed properly. The fact that there is a hierarchy in laws does not mean that we, as parliamentarians, have to do our best to make a national ordinance to triumph, for example, a Landsverordening or an LBHAM. Contrary to popular belief, when an LBHAM is created, it actually goes through a longer trajectory because it goes through government instead of going through parliament, who actually have the staff, Department of Legal Affairs, and the knowledge to do so. So it would behoove us to actually do this in a joint effort with government. Quality is what we need to guarantee, not only for Parliament, but for the people. I heard the MP also say, for example, that the law does not make a distinction between live music and ambient music, but that the main conclusion was that the law was outdated and needs to be revamped. The same can be said, for example, about the discretionary power of the minister and this current gray area in the law. If this is the case, why doesn't the Ministry of Theat actually start this trajectory to revamp the law? Why doesn't the law get revamped by government, the right body to do so, sent to the Council of Advice for comments, and then come to Parliament for its approval? And we can be part of that trajectory as well, active part of that trajectory through the Committee of Theat. Now, if we decide to do that in the future, we would have a small amendment law in the middle to take into consideration, because guess what? If we decide to revamp it and we have this one too, all of it would have to be taken into the bunch. So again, we are causing confusion and saturation of our legal system. I encourage not only the initiative taker, but the rest of my colleagues to take this advice into consideration when it comes to the future legislation. Because if we want to take it serious and want to raise the bar, then these are the difficult choices that we have to make. It is not about glorifying ourselves, but it's about making sure that the quality stays up to par. Because I don't know who has been reading all of these advices that are coming from the Council of Advice these last 2 years, but a pattern seems to be developing in the contents of these advices, and it is not a positive one. That will be all for me for now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Rayon Peterson. We have another speaker already in the lineup, but we will take a 3 minutes break and we shall be back. Thanks. Good afternoon and welcome back. At 6:15, we go to the next speaker, MP Ludmila De Weaver. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you, to MP Bryson, and Griffie, members of Parliament, those viewing and listening. Wow, that's a close-up. My apologies, my apologies. I look to the right and the screen is very close on my face, so I would kindly ask if Alvin can zoom out, because I do think it's very, very, very close in. No, but it was very close. It was literally in my face. It's okay. I mean, it's perfect now. Thank you very much, Alvin. Kudos to the MP for coming in and bringing this presentation. We all know MP sends the video surface of you in front of a restaurant, or nightclub, or maybe restaurant, maybe I don't know what it was, because it was there as a restaurant. So knowing that you had a video that surfaced that also had to do with inspectors being accused of bribery, I really appreciate the fact that you're presenting this, as well as the fact that you are having dialogue with the Minister of TEAT or Ministry of TEAT, and not actually telling them what to do, telling them how to execute their job. So I'm really, really kudos to you for bringing this in. I'm very confused, though, why you lump noise pollution in with opening times. And the first time that this came on the schedule of Parliament, I was a little bit, shocked in my preparation when I reached out to stakeholders that are not restaurant owners and not nightlife owners, that they had not been approached to discuss this topic. And you bring up from the beginning that there's a tourism aspect related to this. And one of the things that I've always said is whether or not we want to be Cancun, whether we 24/7, whether or not we want to be, spring break central 24/7, and that's what we need to think about. I too, like the MP who spoke before me, loved going out at night, especially during the holidays coming home. So I have nothing to do with it, but there's always one business that I always acknowledge that had actually hardly been a nuisance to anyone around, and that has been Lotus nightclub in its current location. And moving on from that, I really think that perhaps this would be better accepted and maybe even appreciated if you didn't lump in noise pollution with opening times of businesses. Because if I look at it starting out from the presentation, with the facts that I was given, or that we were given, regarding the number of businesses that this touches on, and then the estimated number of people that are employed by it, for lack of a better word, I thought it was misleading. Because when you talk about 789 businesses in the sector, I think you were referring maybe to food and beverage sector. But the thing is that anybody that wants to serve alcohol comes under that topic. So 789 kind of looks like you're saying that there's 789 nightlife businesses, and I don't think that's clear when you present it in a sort of 789s in the overview, the way it was presented. For instance, an ice cream parlor that wants to serve alcohol would come under your 789. So that's what I mean by misleading. So the way that we talk about it usually when we're presenting data is you're comparing apples and oranges. So I want to make sure that that is not the case. When we talk about 9,468 employees by that sector, we need to specify that it's not nightlife sector. Because let's say, for instance, I want to make sure that when people hear that nightlife supports and carries this economy, that they're not misled by saying a statement like that, because I don't think nightlife is supporting 9,468 employees. And that's so if it's F&B, and I know you say F&B, but let's just be very, very clear on at what times F&B functions and who this will be, because this is something that, let me look at just what's open at night, okay? You have casinos. We maybe have somewhere ongeveer 13 casinos. You looking at whorehouses / strip joints. Let's just be real. It's a public secret here of the way that things exist on St. Martin. And we have maybe maximum about 10 of them. And then if you look at a 24-hour establishment, we can think of 2, one in the area of Village Road, one in the area of Welfare Road. So when you think about the businesses that are really open, like throughout the night, there's not that many, you know, like I would say that there's probably maximum 30. And I just wanted to really distinguish that, because this, I look at the presentation, it's for me, it really is requiring more information, not just from a tourism perspective, not just from how it's going to keep people employed, but I really want you to differentiate between the breakdown of F&B, because like I said, F&B also includes a coffee house that's on Front Street that closes at about 6 p.m. and also serves alcohol. So do it in a way that it's presenting the information for the businesses that operate, that are nocturnal in nature, you know, the ones operating at night and pose a nuisance potentially with noise pollution. Now, the reason that my suggestion to you is to take out the noise pollution aspect of it from this is because when you talk about, you know, people shouldn't have a permit for music, and it made me think that, listen, I don't have a permit for when I want to play music in my house or in my car, but that actually also causes a nuisance to the public. People complain about hearing the cars that are blasting music, actually install speakers. People complain about a neighbor that is constantly playing loud music through all hours of the night. And you have to think of it that way, as in it's not just a noise pollution that is linked to businesses, which is why my suggestion is to remove it from businesses and what they're allowed, because a business that wants to play music needs to decide whether or not, if they're going to play music like a nightclub, blasting it with having people on their roof dancing, or external, as in going over the water, carrying over the water, or maybe even from a boat, music coming from a boat. Those are nuisances, and they need to be clearly defined, that it's not limited to a business. It's also including cars. It's also including residential persons in their house or apartment, annoying the crap out of neighbors and businesses in the area. So the other thing that I wanted to say is that when you're going to present also the information on from a tourism perspective, also take into consideration 2 hotels that I know have shared their information with government before, of all of the complaints that they receive from their customers. So you talk about, I think it was 57%, you said, maybe in the accommodation is where people spend the most time. We can be certain that based on the trend that has been happening with the information of guests guesting at a hotel, they complain, they call the police, and they basically say, I'm no longer coming back to your hotel, I'm going to go to the front side instead. And it's also what you see online. You also see the trends online about that, and it's basically having a negative impact on our tourism product, because people choose no longer to come here or come have their weddings here, because they realize that, hey, you know, one night of a party, it's okay for me, but every night I don't know whether or not I'm staying in a club hotel, or if if I'm staying in a place where I paid a lot of money to actually come to relax. So it's a big area, it's a big issue that we had down in the Simpson Bay area indeed, and I'll go so far as to say the hotels that have complained the most about that has been Royal Palm, Simpson Bay Resorts, as well as Maho, so Maho Hotel. But anyways, going on to it's not just, noise pollution is also not just an economic issue, you know, detriment to, you know, I guess people not coming anymore to a hotel. There is a health aspect to it. So that's why I said, again, I'm going back to, I don't think this is the best idea to present noise pollution with longer opening times, because of the fact that there's a health aspect to it, and I do believe that the Ministry of VSA should be included. When you mentioned as well, and you are correct, through you, Mr. Chair, the MP was correct when he presented the information in terms of noise complaints are increasing. But let me go as far as to say, again, I will repeat it. When I attended the graduation of the cadets of the police, the number one on the report that was presented by Chief John in his opening remarks of what the police does, the number one call in to the police station was noise complaints. So it's not increasing, it's already increased. And our police are basically being called out to deal with noise complaints instead of dealing with a shooting that's happening somewhere, instead of dealing with a drunk driver that's happening somewhere. And again, I'm gonna say, rethink putting in noise pollution in longer hours of opening times, because there is a health benefit of it. And in the cooperation that I hope the MP, received from the Ministry of TEAT, is that they would have said when 30 people showed up there, objecting to longer opening times to businesses because a child couldn't sleep in the area and her grandmother was giving her pills to sleep. So I hope that I cover the majority of it, and I'm gonna go back over again and say that I do think that there is limited discussion with stakeholders. The stakeholders from a tourism perspective should not just be the businesses like restaurants and nightclubs or whorehouses that wanna stay open late. It should be, or casinos, it should be the hotels who have hundreds of guests staying in their business, and how they are impacted by that as well. And it's not just about noise pollution from businesses, it is noise pollution from cars, it is noise pollution from a neighbor that is just being inconsiderate. And I do expect that when noise pollution is going to be presented as something that we are going to properly legislate or try to control, that it includes a health aspect of it, and it's going to include proper information on the health aspect of the noise pollution. I remember when I was Minister of TEAT, receiving a call from a resident in Almond Grove area, and it was an elderly man that had a pacemaker who complained to me about music coming from actually down below, on the same side of where the person lived, but down below, closer to the lagoon side, but on the Almond Grove area, closer to the lagoon, not on the hill. But, so all this area, there is a valley. People have to keep that in mind as well. But it was about a health impact, not because the person so much was complaining about the noise they were hearing, is because of the vibrations. So noise pollution is not just the level of decibels, it has to do with vibrations, because vibrations, extended periods of vibrations for someone with a pacemaker, with a heart condition, is detrimental to their health. And that's why I said noise pollution cannot be this simplistic in nature. It needs to be expanded by VSA, by a health authority, a health impact for it. I'm just having a quick look at the notes I made while we were getting the presentation. And I know I made a comment when we were out in the little brief break, and I said I was being asked my opinion on whether or not we should move from one time to the next, and I said something along the lines of, why are we worried about extending something to 5 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m.? Why not do it 24 hours? I wasn't trying to really be sarcastic and funny. I meant that there are businesses that are 24 hours that are already operating. What is the reason from it? So again, I really want to get the gist of what is the point of extending hours of a business to 5 and not doing it 24 hours doesn't mean that I say that we should be open 24 hours. You look here at that list, and that list is literally like going towards nightlife. Businesses that are open during the nighttime. Don't forget that while the police, again, are getting complaints about noise pollution, the longer that we are open, the longer that we are exposed to something if we're not guaranteeing our safety of our residents, our safety of our visitors in specific areas. The last thing I will say about this in terms of extended hours, which I also mentioned when this meeting was originally supposed to be called, was everyone needs to keep in mind that longer business hours also means more revenue for a business, and that is synonymous with an increase in tax revenues. So I hope that would be the case. When you come back to present the information, I would like to ask that MP Bryson, through you, Mr. Chair, also present the financial, the financial side of this, as in how much money comes in from businesses in terms of taxes, specifically if that's possible to receive, and how this change in business hours will impact that tax revenue. I think that's it. In a nutshell, just to repeat, I really find it hard to understand this proposal with noise pollution and extended hours of time and limited stakeholder cooperation or discussions had based on what I actually asked on before. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Ludmila De Weaver. I see there are no further requests. MP Bryson, from my end, I didn't have any questions as they have already been asked. But one of the things that I mentioned briefly earlier today to a colleague was, and we know it is difficult maybe to implement in St. Martin, but I don't know how it is today. But when I was in Toronto years ago, one of the things that I was so impressed about was, A, the cleanliness, the discipline among the people, and it's the area was predominantly West Indian people, immigrants that were living there from Jamaica, Guyana, Barbados, Trinidad, Dominica, and some even from St. Martin. And I used to call it a bridge that makes the difference. On the New York side of the Queen Elizabeth Bridge, you had the graffitis, you had the drunk driving, you had the noise, you had this, you had that. And on the Toronto side of it, their cousins behave differently because of legislation. And we were out the night, and around 5 or 10 minutes to 12, literally a bell rang like a school bell. Pling, 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 and it was last call for alcohol. The establishments were allowed to remain open until 5 if they wanted to, but no alcoholic beverages were served after midnight. Now, a nightclub here might say what fun that is, but if you're going for the music and the dance, if you can consume enough alcohol to keep you happy for the rest of the night, then something is wrong. Something the speaker before me just mentioned that I've made a note on when another speaker was talking, the noise does not only travel, let's say, over the water, but more importantly, noise travels up. We who live up South Reward, and particularly those who live higher up in the hill, would know that whenever there is an event in the Carnival Village, or sometimes anywhere down, sometimes some independence of another country is being celebrated here in Phillipsburg on the Pond Phil, and you hear music, you might be driving in the area and the noise doesn't bother you. But we up in South Reward, up in the hill, would hear the noise. And sometimes when you have elections, people up in the hills can stay in their home and hear every word coming from a meeting on the Pondville area, or even, let's say, in the cul-de-sac area. So we cannot just measure noise by, hey, if I stand outside here, how does it affect me? But also up the hills. And importantly, I kind of tend to agree with the idea of removing noise pollution out of this because I'm sure pretty much so that she's listening, but Beverly May Nisbet has been writing to government and I believe to everybody who she can about the noise pollution. Lives in the cul-de-sac area, no nightclubs, no businesses, entertainment in the area, but very close to a gas station. And the noise that comes from cars parked at that gas station in the night keep people up all night into the morning hours because there is no end to it. So these were some of the remarks, in addition to many of the questions that I can find myself in. One of the things that is coming up is a proposal about funding for factions that kind of ties in with this topic here of an initiative law by a member of parliament. And I know there is a strong lobby to increase funding for this, but this is a meeting coming up, and I hope that I can be relieved from the chair to have my 2 cents on it. So we have come to the end of the first set of questions. It's a good bit of questions that have been asked. MP, before we make another move, we'll adjourn for 2 minutes or you would want to make a remark before? Okay, go ahead.
Just actually, Mr. Chairman, a suggestion to you would be if I can make a few general remarks, because some of the information indeed I would want to get from the Ministry of TIAT. Some of them I would want to go back into the technical notes of the law itself, because I believe especially one member of parliament basically took the Council of Advice criticism of then the law, what it was at that time, and it comes across as if the law being debated today is that law, and that is just simply not the case. I did see MP Westcott Williams, for example, commented that, well, a lot of those changes were adopted, so I want some time to be able to make those points clear. Also, maybe what I would ask if I could have about 3 minutes to just go over some general remarks and ask to be able to return once I get that additional information. Can I go ahead? Well, just a few general things. First of all, stakeholder consultations. What is being intended with this law is not for my person or by means of this initiative, the parliament, to dictate what the long-term goal or vision or how we should handle noise pollution coming from these businesses in St. Martin. That would require indeed a lot of technical discussions with experts with this and that, which is why what the law is saying is mandated to the government by national decree containing general measures. What I did think at the time was, however, maybe in the interim, a standard that was being used already in the REP, which is 85 decibels, can be used. But maybe even I would consider then say, you know what, no, let the regulation completely be done by national decree containing general measures and amend that point of the 85. But the point is, I want to empower our government to deal at least with the businesses that are causing this noise pollution. Will it solve all the noise pollution solved in our country? No. But it will definitely solve from the many bars and restaurants that are basically being regulated by conflicting regulation, which the government could choose to change, but then is not exactly as binding as I think it would be if we handle it in a national decree once and for all. That's the way I see it, and I didn't get any objection from using that manner from the Council of Advice. Back to stakeholder consultations, I did meet with the KPSM. One of the things they noted is that they also agree the policy, if the policy was more enshrined, at least in a ministerial regulation, or better yet, national decrees, that would be something that could even be part of their training, where it is very clear and understood, because although it's inspection that does the inspections, it's the police that gets the calls. And when they go to an establishment, it's always difficult, it's always unclear. You have to get the person licensed to see what that individual license says, because maybe they got this number, the other got a number. Let's create a standard. This is the area, this is your limit. So it's very clear from an enforcement perspective what the rules are, instead of having these hundreds of exemptions across the country. And also, in terms of the minister's discretion, I want to comment on that. I wrestled with that quite a lot in terms of the option of saying we will extend it to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 5 a.m., or whatever that number is, which I do think, like I was showing earlier, perhaps what I had envisioned was, if the latest one is 5, to make it fair, allow all 5. But you know what? I think there's some good considerations. That's why when I present initiative laws, I love the Central Committee meeting, because it gives me different perspectives. So I have to agree with the comments of MP Gums from the perspective of, imagine everyone wants to do it and the abuse of it and so on. So we could probably consider the earliest or the median. But what I'm trying to highlight here is that many companies are being given exemptions, and that should not be the case. And the Council of Advice agree with that. So there needs to be some sort of realignment, I think, and that is what I'm trying to find here with the closing times. Just realigning to the maximum closing time that is in line with reality. Now, when it comes to minister's discretion is important. In some cases, it's great because the minister can help, but ministers also have abused their discretion. And you see the example, you know, comments are asked about me being in videos, but you have ministers that's voice noting people one day and saying, yeah, man, don't worry about it, I'm going to take care of our license for you. And then the next day, maybe something went wrong, and all of a sudden, the minister decided to send inspectors and tell them that they can't play music. So which one is it? And what is the use of the discretion really about? So I think we do have to allow the government to have its discretionary power. I don't think we should completely remove it, but I do know of examples where it can be abused. So what we're trying to do is limit the opportunities and situations where ministers have to use the discretionary power. That should not be the case, because if this situation would be that the person, or it is generally understood that they can go till 3 a.m., for example, then you don't have a minister telling somebody they're going to do something goes wrong, and then all of a sudden, yeah, you can't open past 12 no more. That's unfortunate situations that I know of and have experienced personally, and it's unfortunate. So in terms of the feedback that was received, I think it is fair and very interesting. MP Rayon Peterson basically read all of the comments from the Council of Advice, and guess what? I agree with it. That's why I adjusted based on the Council of Advice. But if members of Parliament think, because I'm not a lawyer or because we don't have staff, I'm going to stop doing my part to help with legislation, well, guess what? The amendments that have been passed in this Parliament by me, or initiatives, they are in effect, and there's no technical issues with them being executed. So somehow, some way, Mr. Chairman, I found a way to make them work, because that is my job. And I can understand the philosophy might be different, but the proof is in the pudding. These amendments have passed, they are in effect, they are published, they are being used to this day, and they have affected the operations of our country for the better. So what I like is the feedback. I love the scathing criticism from the Council of Advice, Mr. Chairman. I'm no stranger to criticism, especially from certain people in this Parliament. But I'm not going to let that stop me from doing what I think is my constitutional right. I will do my best with it, I will listen to the feedback, and I will continue to try to make the adjustments as we go. So for that reason, I will ask for some time. If Mr. Chairman, the Secretariat, I'll be in touch in terms of when I get the information from the Ministry of TIAT, when I'm able to answer some of those questions, but I think it'll be a few weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson, for the closing remarks, but also thank you once again for the presentation, and thank you, members, for a lively, not discussion, but kickoff in questions so far, which I hope will lead to a healthy and pleasant debate. Have a good evening, all, and this meeting is hereby closed.
Adjourn.
Adjourn. The meeting is adjourned probably for a few weeks.